Hello. I request all the participants to kindly be seated because we'll be starting with the session immediately. So we'll just have a bit of 1 or 2 minutes, not more than that. So please be seated in the time. Okay.
I'll just shift you, but I think we should make it interactive. Yeah. And if we could sit in my mind to do.
One of the transition for all these are different.
I request all to be seated. We'll be just starting with the session, please. Namaskar and a very good morning to all. It is with immense pleasure that I welcome you all to the 17th Sustainability Summit. And I'm very happy to share that in order to reduce the footprint, certain initiatives like reduced use of paper, no usage of plastic bottles, based bag wraps, drinks and sandwiches have been used at the summit. I would also like to inform you that participants can access the summit details by scanning the QR code which is available in the holdings, standees, and registration table. It is indeed an honor and privilege to welcome all of you to the session on global risks and interconnections. I welcome all our distinguished dignitaries for the session. And some of our speakers are also joining virtually, so we'll be having them virtually with us. Now, I'd like to request our moderator, Mr. Prabodh Acharya, the Chief Sustainability Officer of the JSW Group, to share the session.
Thank you very much. I think it's a wonderful combinations that we have people online and people were present here. So I hope one of our participants, Joe, is online. I hope, Joe, you can hear us and you are there. Let me start. One thing I want to start with is that I really like the idea of this conference where we are going to talk about the interconnection of risk, but most importantly, the theme of the conference is that how we look opportunity out of risk. We all are living in a very interconnected and interrelated world. And whatever we do locally or whatever happens globally has impact on each other. I'm sure you all are familiar with the World Economic Forum coming out with their risk report every year. And if you look at the last risk report, out of the top 5, the top 3 are environmental related risk. And the climate action failure, extreme weather, biodiversity loss, social cohesion, erosion, and livelihood crisis. Out of that, the top 3 are environmental related risk. But there are interconnections between all of them, and we cannot see anything in isolations. As I stated, from a business perspective, we all love to see what are the opportunity. Of course, we have to be mindful of the risk. What we are really interested in that, what are the opportunities there? If you look at climate change is clearly a risk and everybody is talking about. But the way the energy transition is happening, the way the renewable energy is gaining momentum, the way the hydrogen is getting momentum, those are the opportunity which I'm sure all business world will be interested in. To discuss more about mainly the interconnection part and how we can take the opportunity. I have a panel which is illustrious in their own rights. I'll introduce them. To my left, Mr. Nitin Desai. He is former Under Secretary General, United Nations. I don't think he needs any introductions. You just open Wikipedia, you'll get to know all about him. We have online Joe Phelan. Joe, I hope you can hear us.
I hear you very well.
We are unable to hear you, but I'll come back to you. Joe is the Executive Director, Asia Pacific, and member of the Extended Leadership Group for World Business Council on Sustainability Development. He has really driving the agenda of creating sustainable business world, sustainable business practices across Asia. And he has worked tremendously in the all Indian businesses. So thank you to have Joe with us today remotely. And I hope, I'm sorry that the session get delayed and thanks for your patience. To my right, I have Professor Purnamita Dasgupta. She is Chair Environmental Economics and Head Environmental and Resource Economics Unit, Institute of Economic Growth. So without being between you and my speakers, illustrious speaker, what I'll request each of the speakers, first I'll come to Mr. Desai, to talk your opening remarks about the global risks, their interconnections, and how we can really explore the opportunity within these interconnections. Over to you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And it's a pleasure for me to participate in the 17th session of the CII. What we're supposed to discuss in this session is global risks and interconnections. But the focus of the conference was on opportunities. I'm going to focus more on the risks. Perhaps we'll come to the opportunities afterwards when we have our interactions with each other. I've been involved in this area of sustainability for a very long time now, from the Brundtland Commission, where I was involved in the writing of the report, later in the UN, and so on. And if I look back at these 35 years or so that I've been involved in this, I see what are the plus points that I see. The plus points I see is growing consciousness and awareness of this at the public level. I also see a growing interest in this at the corporate level. I'm very happy that somebody from the World Business Council on Sustainable Development is with us, because they were the people who were also involved with us when we did the Rio conference, where I was the Deputy Secretary General. And one example of this growth in corporate engagement is that when we did the Rio conference in 1992, and we set up this Council on Sustainable Development, and I'd say we had probably about 25 people. 10 years later, when we did the Johannesburg Conference on Sustainable Development, the number of CEOs who wanted to participate was so large that we had to have a separate parallel event. And now it's got even more, because I think people are realizing the reality, the challenges that we were talking about in the 90s and so on. And secondly, there's a growing interest from the financial side in these long-term issues of sustainability, ESG, etc. This is one of the plus points. The plus point also is the fact that the skepticism about things like climate has more or less disappeared. And even a company like Exxon, which led the charge against climate action, today is a company which is talking about reaching net zero. So that is the other point. The third plus point is the growing integration of NGO activity at the global level. A large number of NGOs have come together at the global level. These are the plus points. The missing thing that I see from this perspective is, it was absolutely clear when we wrote the Brundtland report, when we did the Rio conference, when we did the Commission on Sustainable Development, etc., we will not get action from these interconnected challenges that we face unless we accept some notion of sustainability justice on a fair sharing, responsibility for sustainability between people, between countries. And perhaps the most important area of concern in this is climate, because now we're much more concerned about climate action than we were 30 years ago. And this is one of the greatest challenges that I see in climate action, is the complete absence of any agreed principle of climate justice. Yes, it is true that when we had the debates in UNFCCC, the Western countries have resisted being held responsible for past emissions. But they're also not looking at fairness in terms of future emissions. That at least should be there. Okay, forget what fellows did in the past, but at least can't we be fair when it comes to future emissions? Just share with you a little calculation I have made. I've taken the promises that people have made about what they will reach by levels they will reach by 2030, and the date by which they will reach net zero. And what would be the cumulative emissions of carbon from them, given what they have promised, not choose. But given what they promised, what would be their emissions? What should be the fair share? Fair share. The IPCC tells us that between 2020 and 2050, the world must limit its carbon emissions to 500 billion tons of CO2. 500 billion tons of CO2. Divided by the person years of population between 2020 and 2050, what it works out to is that on average, over these 30 years, a fair share would be about 1.8 tons per capita per year. That's a fair share. 500 million tons is available. This is the space available. You look at the number of people who will be there between now and 2050, and it works out to about 1.8 tons per person per year. I've done a calculation. What would be like the entitlement right of different countries, and what was their promise? I'm not going to trouble with too much of the data. Roughly speaking, let me just say, in the case of China, the range, what their likely emissions will be, is between 200 to 300 billion tons CO2. But their entitlement would be on this 1.8 tons per capita per year standard is 78 billion tons. So it will be roughly two and a half, 3 times what they will be entitled to. In the case of the United States, their range of their emissions on the basis of what they have promised is going to be between, say, 60 and 80 million tons. And what's their entitlement? 20 billion tons. So it will be about 4 times, 3 to 4 times what they are entitled to. If I take Europe, including the United Kingdom, that difference is between, say, 35 to 50 is what their emissions would be on the basis of their promises. And what is their entitlement? 28. India is not that badly off. India's emissions on the basis of what it is now and what we have promised in terms of 2030, and now in our case 2070, would be in the range of 70 to 100 billion tons. The entitlement on the basis of our population number would be around 85 billion tons. So in our case, yes, it is possible that we may exceed it by 10, 20%. We can certainly get back to that. And if we are a little faster in terms of reducing our emissions, we will actually be well within what our entitlement should be. And I can talk to you about Russia and Japan. I'm emphasizing this because we are not talking about the past. We're saying just fairness in terms of what you do in the future is what really matters. And unless we agree on a principle of climate justice, this particular risk, which involves interconnections, because India doing something is not enough. It has to be global because of the way carbon emissions affect the atmosphere. So I would say that this is the greatest single challenge that we face. I'm talking more of the risk, not in terms of the opportunities. I would also argue that because of what is already happening, over a 1 degree increase in temperature has already taken place, we will face challenges. And in areas like India, take agriculture. I can't just look at agriculture in terms of what should I do to mitigate carbon. I also have to ask myself, what do I do in order to make agriculture more resilient in the face of rising temperatures, greater water uncertainty, which I will face because of climate change. The same thing with our cities. It's not just a matter of designing cities so that you reduce transport, reduce carbon emissions. You'll also have to design your buildings and cities to cope with higher temperatures, more greenery, buildings designed in a different way, and resilience, particularly in coastal areas, because of the storm surges, etc., that you are going to face. But I won't say more on this. I will rely more on Puramita to say a little bit more on the resilience and adaptation front. My final thought is climate justice is not just between countries. Climate justice also has to be domestic in some ways. Let's take India. Let's look at the key part, energy consumption. India needs 3 energy policies to cope with sustainability. About 10% of us have levels of carbon emission which are fully comparable to what it is in the West. We have our cars, we have our air conditioners, we travel by air for vacations. About 40% are in the middle. This is about roughly comparable to the average emissions in the world. There, the focus has to be largely on efficiency. For the 10%, it has to be imposing sustainability standards on them. And the 40%, it has to be promoting efficiency. We also have 50% for whom carbon emissions will go up because they are grossly underprovided with energy right now. So when we talk of climate justice, it also has to be climate justice at a domestic level. We have talked of these things when we talked to the UNFCCC, but we have no action or agreement on these at all. So I will stop here because I only focused on the risk. Maybe I'll say something a little more positive on opportunities later.
No, thank you.
I'll borrow this. Thank you, Mr. Desai, to bringing in the very valid point of how we deal with climate justice. But important point on the interconnections you brought in about the climate change risk is the most significant risk, and it has interconnections to all type of aspect to society. Now, thank you very much. And you also highlighted the economist part. But before I come to you, Punamita, let me go back to Joe, because from WBCSD, you are really focusing much on three pillars, climate actions, inequalities, and biodiversity. And you see a clear linkage between sustainable business practices on all three pillars. I'd like to have your opening statement about how you see this global risk interconnections and how the businesses can leverage to their opportunity. Before I come back to you, let's hear from Joe.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Praboda. And I think
We are unable to hear him.
so. I'm trying.
Yeah.
Am I audible? Am I audible?
Yeah, now it's coming. Yeah, please go ahead.
Fantastic. Fantastic. So thank you, Praboda. And it's an honor to be on this panel with you, Nitin Ji, and with you, Dr. Panamita. And, you know, it's great to see people in the audience. And I'm sorry I can't be there today. I certainly hope to be at the next summit. The CII summit always brings together really, you know, great interventions and always brings, you know, it's always at the front of the emerging issues, which is really helpful for businesses to be part of. So we at WBCSD, you know, and I'm sure everyone in the room would recognize that sustainability has gone mainstream now. CII have been pushing this agenda for a long time, but now, you know, it's here for good and also for bad. Unfortunately, we feel a lot of the risks. And, you know, I was asked to think about the need for sustainable and resilient supply chains. And Praboda talked about the interdependence that we all have. And I was reflecting that this is different to maybe how supply chains were thought of before COVID, where we thought of supply chains that were maybe, we'd say cheap, or we'd say affordable and reliable. And now, as our economies struggle to gear up again post-COVID, and there's a real pinch on supply chains, that pinch is being exacerbated by a number of crises that are highlighting our independence, but also our vulnerability. So, you know, first, definitely climate change, which is being experienced by us often. Second, conflict. When this war in Europe began, I think those of us not in Europe thought, well, there's conflict in lots of places, and what does this have to do with us? Unfortunately, despite being in one part of the world, it's affecting all of us very much, and is making enterprise more difficult. It's making execution more difficult, and it's making you know, living harder. Many countries are experiencing a lot of domestic polarization, which is making cooperation harder. And also, of course, there is a geopolitical fragmentation going on. And I think that when we're in India, we're aware of it. I recently moved to Singapore, and it became very, very clear, very, very quickly, how, you know, how much pressure there is between two great powers, and how much tension there is, and that again is putting pressure on all of our supply chains. I think that for business, it's really a useful way that we can think about it as companies, and this is in a report called Building Business Climate Resilience from WBCSD, and it's about climate, but actually it's about resilience, and it applies across the piece, and it's based on the experience of companies including the Tatars, ITC, and also Aditya Birla, some of their experience in building resilience. And I think it's a useful way for businesses to think about resilience now in this more squeezed, more straitened time. So first of all, resilience is about being able to withstand the physical risks of climate change, and the political based risks that come with fragmentation in terms of blockades or border or sanctions. Secondly, resilience is about being able to withstand the transition risks. So our world is changing to become net zero. Also, supply chains are being reordered, global corporations are being reordered, and in this big shake-up, as businesses, we have to be able to withstand the risks that come with this transition, but also seize the opportunities that are there for us in new products, in new services, in new sources for material. And thirdly, we have to make sure that this transition is meaningful and value creating for our stakeholders. And this is to Mr. Desai's point about a just transition. I think that businesses in India knew before COVID very well that they're only as resilient as the communities around them. That was a lesson that we learned from businesses in India. And one great example is water scarcity. You can have your own water, if the communities around you don't, then you don't have water because you have to give it to them, for example. So I think that businesses in India understood that well. But now, as we move to a much more challenged time, enabling our communities, our workforces, and other stakeholders to benefit from and succeed in and be protected in the transition is really important. So there are steps that companies can take. I just want to finish my opening remarks also with a word of caution. So I think that we, there are steps that we can take, but I think also we have to be careful about the myth of. There was an article in the Financial Times about the myth of resilience, and every nation and every company is working to establish its own strategic security. Are we energy secure? Are we food secure? And that's necessary. I come from the United Kingdom, and some of you may be aware, we recently set out on a path of independence. We're finding it much more difficult than many people anticipated. It's much more difficult to have security and have economic prosperity when you cut economic ties and you cut cooperation. So while India is part of building its own strategic security and being part of new supply chains for different actors around the world, and that's right. I think we all have to remember that it's easier to succeed when more of us are cooperating, and that's a kind of generality, but I think it's really important to remember it's very, very hard to totally recreate supply chains. It's very, very hard to succeed on our own or with sections of the world rather than all of us together. So I'll finish there. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Joe. I think it's a very important point you brought out. Building resilience possibly help in managing all the interconnections of the risk what globally we are facing. But let me turn to Purnamita, to you, to hear from an economist about how she looks at the interconnections between the climate, ecology, and finally economics. And what's your opening statement on the interconnections of the risks?
Thank you. A pleasure to be here. I mean, I can't remember whether I was here at the first one, but since then, I think I've been interacting with various sustainability summits, and it's here, and it's really great to see what CII does in terms of holding these summits. These have been fora actually where I've had the pleasure of meeting people like you, Prabodh, and lots of other business leaders as well as association leaders, and I've learned a lot through our interactions. So congratulations to CII for continuing with this great tradition, first of all. So Nitin and Joe have already, made several very valuable points. So I'm going to straight away confess that as I attend more and more of these events and I work more and more on the subject of sustainability, there are I realized one thing, that I'm increasingly finding it difficult to make a distinction between being an economist and not being interdisciplinary. So some of the stuff I say may not sound very much like an economist, and so apologies in advance if you get disappointed on that score. But 2 points that I feel have really sort of dogged us in identifying opportunities and have been. One is that we persistently undervalue nature. And the second is, across the spectrum, including academics, agriculture, industry, whether you break it up in terms of sectors or actors, we underinvest massively in reducing risks. So these are 2 things which I think we need to think much more about as economists, planners, financiers. How much are we willing to really invest in reducing risks when we are setting up our projects, our plans, our enterprises? When we are even designing policies which will regulate the environment, or which will regulate how we use water or how we use land or where we are going to put in our resources. We simply do not put risks on the same trajectory. We wait maybe so we do a great job of looking at financial risks. We do a great job, but we do not do a great job of looking at sustainability risks. But I think globally now, a little bit of that is changing, and it could be great if we could start understanding how this could be molded into the sort of environment within India. So for instance, one extreme case, these are all available easily on the net, but I'm not naming countries. So in one case of one developed country, I was told that they are considering legislation, and I've seen that paper, where companies who do not put in place resilience, it's a flood-prone country, if they do not put in place infrastructure which can be labeled as adaptation to flood resilience, they are not going to be allowed to submit their taxes. Can you imagine? They're not going to be allowed to file their taxes. And of course, this was highly controversial, and then it got toned down. And it went, and it is today taken the form of legislation where power sector companies, anybody setting up a power plant, has to first demonstrate that they have put in infrastructure that is adaptive and will reduce the risks from any kind of flooding before they are given the clearance to go ahead and start operating their plant. Now, you would think that this is very obvious, right? It's for the good of the company itself. But it took a fair amount of lived experience, bad experiences, losses, damages, before you reach that trigger and you say, oh, hey, I can do something to stop it. Now, and I think that's the tragedy with sustainability for most of our decision making, because we do not wish to invest in reducing risks, and we do not wish to value nature as much as it should be. So I think these are 2 of the most important points that come to my mind, and I have loads of other examples that I'm happy to share. One point I would like to end with is, I was doing an exercise recently where I was trying to just see what is available in the public domain to try and map what are the big bang stories out of Indian industry on things that have been done for sustainability, right? And great if there are others who can come forward to start doing this. So, what is it a very actionable response option towards valuing nature or towards reducing risks that any company industry has been doing, whether a large capex one or heavy capex or light capex, cut it any way you want, has done, which is a concrete action which is internalized within that industry. Not saying that you've done a standalone activity and you've invested some amount of CSR funding or some other funding to, reduce biodiversity loss. That's great. Please continue doing it. Or if you've helped communities with their livelihoods, please continue doing it. But where are the stories where you say, I have innovated on my processes so that your goal of sustainability has been served from within the industry? Those sorts of stories are what really appeal to me. Thank you.
Great points, Purnamita. I think from climate justice to building resilience, putting a value to the measures ensure building that resilience further is wonderful viewpoints what we get to manage the interconnections of the global risk. Wonderful. I'll come for one more round of questions to understand a little further. But in the meantime, I'll also ask my audience to think about their questions to put forth to our speakers. So I'll come back, or you can ask anytime while they are speaking. Just think about what question you want to be answered. Okay, I'll come to Mr. Desai now. You talked about climate justice. But one thing, our Honorable Prime Minister is also pushing the Atmanirbhar Bharat, how we can be a global supplier to the world. With all these things which is happening, how do you think that India can be a preferred manufacturing country that not only will lead the industry in the need of the globe, but it can be a leader while taking account of all these sustainability trends or global risk emerging out of it? What's your take?
One could focus on many things here, but let me just focus on one. If you look at a corporation, its future depends, of course, on its profitability, on its competitive strengths, and on its standing in capital markets. Three things are basically going to determine the future of that corporation. Now, from the point of view of competitive strength, I would argue that there is a great case for sustainability. If I look at the history of growth, the 19th century growth was driven by new technologies which made things like steam engines, cheap coal, later oil, etc., newer forms of transportation like steamships and railways. That's what drove growth at that point. It's a supply side driven growth because of what was being done in terms of greatly increasing the production of things that people wanted. If I look at the 20th century, growth was driven by consumerism. If you look how many people in 1900 owned, say, consumer durables or cars, and how many people own them in the year 2000, there's a huge difference. And that consumerism was something that was driven very much by the US model of growth. So in the 19th century, it was supply driven. In the 20th century, it was demand driven. But increasingly what you're facing in this, because of the standards which have to be set for sustainability, which will have to be, climate justice is one where this is happening. We may well find standards in other areas like biodiversity, etc., also coming in. You already have standards on air and water pollution. You're also getting other areas. So to me, the growth in the 21st century is going to come from technologies and competitive, which will deliver resource efficiency. This is what is going to be the selling point. He may not want me to say this, but he comes from a company which is a steel manufacturing company, which is very heavily focused on trying to reach net zero for steel. Because it also increases its competitive position vis-a-vis others who are in the same place. So I would argue what should drive the growth in the 21st century is going to be resource efficiency. And this is what India has to aim at if it wants to be a major player in the global economy. So let me just stop at that point and see what he has to say on that.
That's a great point. I think doing more from less has to be the mantra, which has been the ethos of Indian ethics, and that will propel. Let me check if audience has any questions before I come to Joe. But think about if you have questions, plus just let us know. Joe, I'll come back. You talked about just transitions. So when all this happening, how do you see the role of businesses in accelerating just transitions while building the resilience in their business model?
Yeah, thank you. So I think that tackling inequality is hard for business, and I think Dr. Purnamita talked about the challenge of valuing nature, and I think that nature and inequality are harder for business, but they're really important. And I think it's also important for us to understand that these challenges and solutions are interconnected. And if we just look in the development space, climate is where the world is putting lots of money and resources into tackling. And inequality is what's driving lots of political change. Nature, I think, is where a lot of the solutions are. Solutions that address climate, both through mitigating climate change and also supporting adaptation and building resilience. Also, nature is a place where there are solutions that can improve the quality of lives for people, especially in agriculture. And India is an economy, one of the economies globally that depends most on nature for its economic security. So I think that we have to see that climate, nature, and inequality are interlinked challenges, and the solutions lie together. I think also that when we talk about inequality and the just transition, I think that Mr. Desai was saying that the West has not fully acknowledged its role in supporting a just transition, and I think that I agree, and I'm not confident that that's going to change. And when he talked about it's a between countries and a within countries piece, I think that the West doesn't see it as a between countries thing at all, and that's unfortunate. But meanwhile, we each have our own responsibilities, and we each need to get on. For business, we formed something called the Business Commission for Tackling Inequality, recognizing that this is a hard challenge, to look at what the challenges were and how businesses could respond. And Sanjeev Puri is a commissioner. You all know him from ITC. Also, Siddharth Sharma from the Tatars is a commissioner, and Seema Arora is one of the advisors to the commission. And the first thing that we found is that inequality globally is higher today than it has been for 150 years, and that is having severe consequences for social cohesion and political stability, and is also impacting business success. And the cost of living crisis that many people are experiencing, and which is flowing around the world, is threatening business success very, very directly. We're going to publish our first findings next month. When I say we, the commissioners are going to publish first findings next month. And some of the elements that you'd expect to find there are there about respecting human rights, about enhancing access to products and services. These are concepts that businesses in India have helped to pioneer globally. But I think, the two things that have come out strongest are about paying a living wage and the responsibility for businesses everywhere to pay a living wage and to address the equity of how risk and value is distributed across the value chain. And that's an important consideration for business leaders now. And the second one is about tax transparency and tax fairness. And these are expectations of business which are now materializing in the courts, in many parts of the world. So I think that these are the priorities for businesses to understand and to address. And I think essential to see challenges are interlinked, but solutions are interlinked as well.
So that's great. I'm really happy to understand now business has started understanding how tackling inequality is going to be in their favor, and it's important part of their business resilience process. And you possibly listed down the examples very rightfully, and WBC is still leading those initiatives. That's great to hear. Let me again check if anyone, yeah, I think we have a question, if we can pass the mic there before I come back to Purnamita for with the discussion. So let us take some questions, audience question in the meantime. Can you please pass on the mic there? Anybody? Is there? Coming. Sorry, Purnamita. We'll take the questions so that, and if that question comes to you, that would be fantastic. Yes, please. You can introduce yourself and ask questions.
So first of all, thank you all the speakers for enlightening us. So I am Vikas Sharda. I am a co-founder of the company called SpockTech Green Ventures Private Limited. Sir, my question is to all the the panelists. First is everybody is talking about, say, in today's world, I mean the entire, you can say, the planet existence is in question today, and most of the stakeholders today, they are taking more of the voluntary measures, right? Whether it is a company, enterprises, etc. They are taking voluntary measures in terms of reducing the carbon emission, etc. But if we have this question of survival, don't you think that now we need more of the mandatory measures, right? Either through some regulation or through some policy, because we are seeing that some of the countries like, say, Australia or say South Korea, they are coming up with, say, national level climate policy, which gives the direction as far as the various measures on the climate actions are concerned. So what is the view of the panelists with respect to the mandatory measures, right, which the government can kind of mandate it through some policy measures? So we'd like to hear the views of
thank you for that wonderful question. Planet is the biggest stakeholder of business, and who is going to take care of it? Purnamita, I think I will start from you. How do you think about the regulatory measure? Who is going to speak about the biggest stakeholders?
Thank you. Well, there are two kinds of thoughts. I have no answers. There's no magic bullet. But there are two separate sorts of thoughts that come to my mind. The first thing is, yes, of course, regulations and the policy environment does play a major role. By the way, we do have, we have national level climate change related policies and guidance in place. But just setting that aside for a minute, one thought is this, that there are examples from across the world. So I'll give you an example from one of the sort of most difficult to sort of address areas is sometimes biodiversity, right? So if you see the history of the US versus Endangered Species Act and its evolution, it may surprise you to know that it started from that point, very similar to such acts in other parts of the world, where you went in for defining conservation areas, right? Uses specific, you have a biodiversity hotspot, you say that this is a protected area, and you develop special rules, there's command and control approach towards it, right? What we call in economics. And over the years, that act has evolved to a situation where they today give permits to farmers in a landscape vision of the area. You continue with the conservation area, but permits to farmers to either do restoration, recovery work to preserve endangered species, but as well as permits to destroy species which go into harming the farmer's interests, but do not clash with the endangered species list. So you see, there are ways in which people have innovated over the years, and there are many examples. So this is one example that immediately came to my mind, that you could evolve from a conservation perspective to a perspective where giving permits to the farmers to even destroy species. That's one. So policy itself has many nuances and many ways of doing policy. But the other important thought that comes to my mind is, there are always expectations from policy. But one of the pillars of a policy being formulated, as well as for a policy to be successful, is what's happening on the demand side. Isn't it? If that demand is not coming from planet Earth's human inhabitants, you see, how would policy help? You could have great policies, and we are all aware of these situations. We have great policies on pen and paper. I think we need to do much more. For successful outcomes, we need to do much more in creating awareness and building the demand for, say, so that you invest in value addition chains where the value addition comes out of fostering a nature-society relationship rather than a value addition coming in the supply chain from something that ignores. See, we don't perhaps always deliberately try to harm nature, but we do it, just as something that happens on the sidelines, something that you don't like to think about. So that has to change. Thank you.
Great. I think we must listen from Mr. Desai, who possibly has a privy to a lot of this already developed regulation and being developing regulations.
Well, I think she has said a lot on that issue, and it's pretty clear that you are not going to get anywhere without mandatory measures. Certainly on inequality, it is not going to happen without. Do you think any company would observe labor rights if you didn't have labor laws? Do you think any company would observe human rights if we didn't have laws on human rights? I doubt it. So I'd say sooner or later we will have to have this. And this is where the comparative point comes in. Sooner or later, the voluntary measures will have to become mandatory. I remember in 1992, when we were doing the Rio conference, I met a German industrialist who was following the standards of chemical use and leather use, which were way beyond what the European Commission wanted. So I asked him why. He says, I'm doing it because they're going to become mandatory in a few years and I'll be in a good position to work on that. So if any sensible corporation should assume that sooner or later, what are today voluntary standards are going to become mandatory. Second, the government must recognize there are certain things like inequality, social, which cannot be done without some form of mandatory standards. So I would say a good competitive position should be to anticipate that these things are going to end up as mandatory standards. There's only one final point I want to make on this. You see, in many ways, for sustainability, we are asking for action to be taken before the worst effects are seen. And that's a real challenge. It's a real challenge. Now, in the case of climate, we sought to address this by putting in this intergovernmental panel on climate change, of which Purnamita has been a part. And that built up scientific consensus on the future. Much of it is 50 years from now. But it built up that consensus and has led to a sense of action now. But we also had to have some evidence of current change. It's a combination of two things which work. I hope that we in India can also build up capacity for this type of consensus building on what the future is for nature. If we keep on doing this, whether it's in agriculture, whether it's in urban development, whether it's in other areas. And this is perhaps something where much more needs to be done than what we are doing now.
Thank you very much. Anybody else has any question? Otherwise, I'll come to you, Joe. Because a lot of regulations are being developed internationally. And even in India, also, there are a lot of regulatory measures already existing. So will you like to shed some light to the questions? What are the international regulations which is being implemented at this point?
Yeah, thanks. So I think it's really helpful to think about the regulations that are here, the regulations that are coming, but also the physical constraints, because as businesses, we have to operate within the legal boundaries and within the physical constraints that are there. And I think that we've woken up in this post-COVID world, I hope it's post-COVID, and found that we're a bit late. We're not ready. We haven't prepared for the energy transition. We don't have enough clean energy capacity in place. And now it's very, very challenging to transition quick enough. There may not be enough material available in order to build the infrastructure that we need at the pace required. So Mr. Desai's point about anticipation is very, very important. The direction is clear. There is a tightening domestically and internationally, especially around climate. And one such measure is the likely imposition of a border carbon abatement tax for the EU. And if you're exporting goods to the European Union from a different GHG regime to Europe, then some costs may be applied. And so again, these are the same themes that have been coming up about competitiveness, resource efficiency, anticipation, staying ahead, because what happens is if we don't anticipate, then we're not ready when either the regulations come or the physical constraints come. Definitely, regulations can help a lot. And I think that the example in India with plastics regulation has been very powerful, and the ability actually for businesses to switch, it seemed almost overnight, to find new approaches, for example, on plastic straws, and the removal from the from all products of single-use plastics has been dramatic. And again, I've moved to Singapore. If any of you have traveled to Singapore, you'll know the amount of single-use plastic there is here is kind of, is enormous, and a big contrast to what India has been able to achieve through very good regulation. We also know that sometimes regulations can have negative effects and can be poorly designed. And that's the art that every government regulator is wrestling with at all times. So I think the direction is there. That's clear. I think that in order to be successful, businesses have got to anticipate and stay ahead, and transitioning to be net zero, to be nature positive, and to be more equitable is going to position you as a resilient, sustainable company that can succeed and outperform your competitors. I think that's clear.
Thank you very much. I think a very good point you brought out in the terms of carbon border adjustment mechanism, that wow, one regulation in one part of the world can affect all the business across the globe. Because as I started this session with telling that we are living a very interconnected world and interdependent world. So the risk of one region or opportunity of one region is no more restricted to that single area. So it's all we are connected, and it is better to aware about those risks and manage. Listen, we are almost to the time. I possibly can, one question, Sanjeev, if a mic can. And the last question, if a mic can be passed to Sanjeev. Yeah, please, here. The first table, first table,
Thank you, Pramod. That was a wonderful conversation, very enlightening. Many takeaways for me, but one that I would want to get back to is, Mr. Desai, the comment that you made, that there is complete absence of any agreed principle for climate justice. And in the kind of data that you gave in was also a very absolutely new perspective for us, where entitlement versus what has been promised looks so different. With the orders being raised everywhere on various kinds, or in Europe, slowing down the only bright spot that was there in terms of what was happening on climate. How do you think things will pan out going forward? No structures as yet available to create mechanisms where aid could be transferred, funds could be transferred from the north to the south. There's a lot of pessimism that we can see around. 30 years is not too long a time.
Question to you, Mr. Desai.
I wish I could give you a positive answer, but I'm not very sure that I can give a positive answer, but particularly with what is happening over the past year, since February. And the growing increase in the number of highly nationalist, narrow-minded governments around the world. So I'd say that I'm not very proud, but I think in the longer term we will, because I think public perception is changing. Corporate perceptions are changing. In fact, today I find corporates are better organized for anticipating the future than governments are in many ways. So I don't see an easy answer to the climate justice issue, but I think we could keep on the issue of excessive carbon border adjustment. You know what I would do if I was sitting in a corporation, in a board? I would tell the government, let us go and lobby the government of India to argue against this unilateral exercise of border adjustments. But at the same time, let us remember that government of India may not succeed fully in doing this, so let's be ready for that border adjustment. So argue for your rights from a justice point of view, but also be prepared for the injustices which will continue to prevail.
I think we are in right track. Thank you, Sanjeev, for that wonderful question. Listen, we are completely out of time. Thank you very much. I'm sure you would thank Mr. Desai, Joe, Purnamita for the wonderful conversations we had. Thank you all. Just before I close, I just wanted to say here how we do the interconnections. I realize the business is run in three factors in that order. The greed, fear, and recognitions. We talked about the fear factor through regulations, thanks to your question. And the greed, that is that how we put a monetary value to each of the risk and opportunity that will really drive the business to the right things going forward. Thank you, Joe, for joining there from Singapore. Thank you, Mr. Desai. Thank you, Purnamita. Thank you, CII, for inviting us. Thank you. Bye-bye.
So with this, we conclude the session on the global risks and opportunities. And
So we are missing you.
I can see you. You guys look great.
and thank you all for the time. So now we move on in the hall one. Previous hall where we had the inaugural function. So the session was going to start there. So I request all of you to kindly move towards hall one again for the session. That's just about to start in say another 5 minutes. Thank you all.
Check, check, check. Check, check, check. 1, 2, hello, 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 check, check. 1, 2, hello. Check, check. Check, आ रहा है? Check 1, 1, 2, hello. Check, 1, check, check. Hello, 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 check, 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 check. 1, 2, 3, 2, 2, 2. Check 1, check, check, check. दोनों check, check 1, check, check. बड़ा check, 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 check. 1, 1, 2. Hello, check, 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 check. Check. Hello, 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 hello. Check, check. Hello, 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 hello. Check, check. हेलो हेलो चेक चेक लेवल ऊपर नीचे कैसे आ रहा है चेक चेक मैन कौन सा है मैन मैट्रिक्स का कौन कितने नंबर में डाला है एक और दो का होगा ना मास्टर चेक हाँ चेक चेक खोल धीरे धीरे पहले एक का खोल चेक चेक पूरा खुल गया एक का हाँ पूरा चेक चेक दूसरा खोल चेक 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 और खोल चेक 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 हेलो 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 चेक 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 हेलो हेलो यही लेवल का मारा है यार चेक इतने पे तो फट जाना चाहिए ना चेक चेक हेलो 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 चेक चेक हेलो हेलो चेक 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 हेलो चेक चेक हेलो हेलो चेक चेक टेस्टिंग हेलो चेक हेलो 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 ये वाला देखिए इसको ये है मैट्रिक्स वन का ये मास्टर चेक चेक हेलो मास्टर काम कहाँ कर रहा है बढ़ ही नहीं रहा है चेक चेक हेलो चेक एक काम करना ग्रुप में डाल के देख बढ़ रहा है चेक चेक हेलो हेलो चेक ग्रुप से दे के देखूं देना चेक हेलो अब कम कर रहा है कम कर दिया क्या किसी को चेक चेक हेलो हेलो चेक चेक हेलो 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 माइक टेस्टिंग हेलो चेक चेक सारी ग्रुप में बंद कर रखा हूँ मैं सिंपलीफायर बंद कर दे इसको लगा दो एक बार दो इसको लगाओ जरूर लगा ना यार चेक 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 हाँ ठीक है चेक चेक फुल है कहाँ है चेक चेक हेलो 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 चेक चेक हेलो हेलो चेक चेक माइक का बढ़ाना चेक चेक हेलो 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 चेक चेक हेलो 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 ठीक है देख लेंगे आप हेलो 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 चेक चेक हेलो 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 चेक हेलो 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 check, check. One, check, check. One, one, check. Check, check. One, two. Hello, hello. Check, check. One. Check, check. Check. One, check, check.
पांच नंबर करने थे
Check, check. One, check, check. One, check, check. One, check, check. One, two. Hello, hello. Check, check. One. Check, check. One, check, check. One, check. One. ठीक है वो तो मैं हूँ Sí, hello. Sí, hello. Hello. Sí, sí. check, check, check. One, one, one. Check, check. One, one. हम 0 dB पे चला रख के एकदम फट रहा है
Hi.
Morning. Hi.
Hi, Claire. How are you?
I'm good, thank you. And you?
Good. Nice to meet you.
And you? So where are you based?
I'm based in Bangalore, in
Okay.
India. What about you?
Well, I'm sat in Oxford in
Oh, nice.
England. And then I've got to literally at the end of this call jump on in a cab and get into London because there's another conference that I need to be at.
Oh, there's
Bit
a
of a
lot
busy day
going
today.
on.
Yeah.
Yeah, because even I know in New York, a lot of my friends are at Climate Week this week there,
Yeah. So
and
we've got 2 people there as well. So
yeah, it's a busy week, I think, for a lot's going on.
I'm hoping that they're running to time.
Me too. I actually have a hard stop in an hour and a half, so hopefully,
Well, it's supposed to be 45 minutes, isn't it?
yeah.
Yeah.
So hopefully it's on time. Are you based in London or in Oxford?
So our office is in a place called Banbury, which is a very small sort of market town between Oxford and Birmingham, which is sort of north of
Yeah.
Oxford. But we do have a few, we have some desk space in London, and then we have some an office in Cardiff, which is the capital of Wales, and in Northern Ireland as well, in Belfast. So
Oh, okay. Nice. I'm not coming to the UK this time, but I'm also on a flight this morning coming into Europe, into Malta and Portugal for a couple of days, and then heading back.
I'm
Yeah.
off to Portugal next weekend for a short break. So
Are
it's
you?
not work. Yeah, I'm going to Lisbon. So
Oh, me too. I'm there Saturday. I'm there this
okay.
weekend.
Well, I'm there the week after. I go on the 1st of
That's
October.
great. Have you been
Yeah.
there before?
No, never. And we were booked. Me and my friend try and have a little getaway, and we were booked to go in 2020. So it's a
Oh, wow.
postponed trip. So
It's nice. I was there a few months ago, and we liked it. But my kid got sick while we were there, so it was like, oh, we didn't get to do everything. So we're going back to like finish it up.
Oh,
Essentially,
right,
it's
nice.
really nice.
Yeah. No, I've heard some good things about it. So
Eat lots of pastries. Their pastries are amazing.
yeah,
They're
Yeah.
so good.
the little sort of Portuguese tarts.
Yeah. But I mean, even other stuff, like they have all these different pastries that are just like I came back to India and I was like, oh my gosh, I'm actually genuinely missing these pastries. That's not like me, but they're really good.
So I was going to do a bit of a hit. So I wasn't quite sure what the 6 and 7 minutes was supposed to be about. So I've kind of prepared a bit of a career plot history of what I've done. So
Oh, okay. I thought it was mostly just Q&A, no?
well, it sort of said the moderator will ask the panel to provide their inputs on the topic in about 6 and 7 minutes.
Oh,
I was, yeah. Anyway, I'm sure we'll be fine. I mean, there's 4 of us. It's only 45 minutes.
that's true.
Assuming that what they're seeing is this video running. Moment.
Maybe they're on a break.
But there's also an Indian Plastic Pact 1-year summit on today as well. So at the same
Which
time.
one? Plastics?
So there's a we work with WWF and CII on the Indian Plastic Pact. So I
I
think
see.
it's the 1 year. It's been looks like we're on.
Namaskar, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be starting our session in 5 minutes. So please be seated. Thank you. Thank you. Namaskar and a very good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Hope you all had a fulfilling lunch. It's my pleasure to welcome you back at our 17th Sustainability Summit after lunch. Very happy to share that in order to reduce our carbon footprint, there is no usage of plastic bottles and all hoardings, signages and backdrops are cotton-based in the summit. With this, we have also attempted to reduce the usage of paper. I would like to inform that participants can access all the summit details by scanning the QR code available in the hoardings, standees, and the registration table. It is indeed an honor and privilege to welcome you all to the session on Women Champions in Sustainability. I welcome all distinguished speakers of the session who are with here today. Some of our speakers are joining virtually. I request all the speakers to please take their seats. Now, I request our moderator, Ms. Madhulika Sharma, Chief Sustainability Officer, ITC Limited, to initiate the session. Thank you. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you and good afternoon and welcome back from lunch. So this topic is, I'll just set the context of how it becomes very relevant for us of 17 Sustainability Summit when we are looking at a sustainable tomorrow. While there have been, so again, as expected, I thought I'll see more number of women in this room than men, but very happy and very glad that some women have the courage to come and attend this session. It would have been good that we had more men because it's not about being men, women. It's about creating a sustainable tomorrow, which is inclusive, which has got equity, and it has got parity for everyone. And I think the women here realize the issues, but they just want to hear it out. But I think it would have been good if we had some more men in the room to appreciate that there are issues. Having said that, I think we have seen a sea change, a transformational change in the way women have got integrated into the employment thing. And maybe in the last 2-3 decades, as of now, more than 30% of the women are part of, the whole employment sector. But again, a lot of it is in unorganized sector. And for some of the countries, these numbers could be far worse. And maybe that is why the Sustainable Development Goal number 5 is there, which talks specifically on gender diversity and gender parity. And I think the challenge is not because opportunities are not there or women lack the expertise or the tenacity to be part of a working job. I think it's because it's still not a level playing field. The recent COVID has just shown that while there were job losses, there was a Lancet report which says that the job losses for women, and this is a global data, was far more than job losses which the men had. Because the unpaid care, the responsibility for that, while it was needed, was left to women, which means that women across, segments had to stay back at home and sacrifice their jobs to be part of this whole caretaking, which COVID kind of gave. So on this, I think such disasters only are going to aggravate the situation. And I think sustainability as a concept, it's a very, it's a very broad subject, but I think it happens when there is an economic sustainability as well as there's a social sustainability. And the earlier panel, we did discuss about, the S in the sustainability ESG being lesser talked about, or it's more about social sector, but it's also about creating inclusiveness, creating equity, creating parity, so that we leave a sustainable tomorrow for the generations to come. And we heard so much about the impacts of climate change and how the urgency is there. And I think disasters like climate change is only going to aggravate and further impact the very vulnerable section, which is the women. India has got the largest working women workforce is not in IT sector, unfortunately, it's actually in the agriculture sector. It's also one of the most exposed and vulnerable sector, and hence I think this topic is very, very relevant. While I think all the panelists here would not have wanted a women panel to discuss on this, but I think it becomes very important for us to discuss this subject. And with me, I have a very, very eminent, set of panelists who have, in their own way, in their own right, in their own areas, in their own jurisdiction, in their own roles and responsibility, have created that transformation. I would first like to welcome, and I welcome all my panelists, as mentioned. So we have Ms. Shilpa. She is the Indian representative of UNDP, and UNDP in India runs one of the largest programs globally, and she has been before this, and as part of her role, she was also, just pardon me, moved up something, so. Yeah. And before this, she was also the UN resident coordinator for Maldives, and she has been working in countries like, which have got, social inequity and kind of issues throughout her career in UNDP. She has served in diverse and challenging contexts across geographies like Pakistan, Congo, Yugoslavia, Kosovo, and Tajikistan. Here in India, she leads the country country office activities on localizing the sustainable development goals, climate action and biodiversity, digital health and governance, and skilling. And she's a very strong proponent of gender equality. So Shilpa, over to you. I think everyone wants to hear about your personal experience and how UNDP is, working on this subject and your personal thoughts as well as, something from your personal experience.
Thank you very much. Very good afternoon to you all. I think after lunch, this session is always a little bit challenging, but I hope we'll pull it together. And great to see. I think it's actually a good mix of both women and men in this room. This panel, I must say, is not male, but women male. I don't know whether that was exists. It's all women. So which is, I think, is great. When I look at the agenda of this conference, I do also see more men representing, and that is just a quick snapshot of how far we still have to go. And as you rightly said, it's not because there are not many women, resourceful and capable women, but I think that the thinking needs to change. I was a junior officer in Tajikistan in 1998. And I was that was my first job in the United Nations, and I was in charge of so-called Women in Development program. So that's 24 years ago. How far have we come? I think we have come. We have made a lot of progress, but it's still, I think, a long way to go. One of the shining examples of women's empowerment is when you look at Rwanda, 62% of MPs are women. That is remarkable. And that's the country which had gone through a terrible, horrifying civil war. But now, with the political commitment from the top and from the society, they have reached 62%. And that is, I think, remarkable. UNDP globally just launched the Human Development Report. I don't know whether any of you know about the Human Development Report. I hope you do, or I hope you have seen some articles. It's not about ranking. I think often ranking is pretty much focused. But when you look at it, yes, because of the number of crises that now we are going through for the past few years, Human Development Index, the number itself has gone down. Including gender inequality. That shows that when there are crises like confluence of crises from COVID to food security to even war in Ukraine, and then of course climate. Now I would say not climate change, but climate emergency or crisis. Women are hit hardest. I think I don't need to say so much, but so for the past two reports, so gender inequality has worsened, and that is both for India and the world. India is actually narrowing the gap between the male and female Human Development Index achievement faster than the global average. But let's think where we started. So the Human Development Index covers health, also education, and then living standard or income. There had been a huge gap. Therefore, the speed that India is catching up is great, but still the gap itself is still wider than the world average. So we still have a long way to go. When we look at the women's participation in labor force, it's less than 20% here. I think this is another issue that we need to really seriously look at. So gender, well, we have SDG 5, as you rightly mentioned, but it's not only SDG 5 where we should be looking at. I think the gender equality should be a cross-cutting agenda concerned for all SDG Sustainable Development Goals, and we really need to work even much harder than what we do now. So we really need to scale up the investment in gender equality and really to promote and support women and girls' education, health, well-being, safety, access to finance, opportunities, resources, and leadership, so that in the end, enough resources, budget also will be allocated more fairly to women and girls. It's very, very important. So all of us have a responsibility when we have an election to think whom we should be voting, so that our future, we are responsible for our future, for our own children, our grandchildren, and in order to make the world more equal, we do need to have more women in the policy making process. I think I'll stop it here, and then we'll have more conversation.
Thank you so much, Yoko. And from policies which will drive these changes at the grassroots, I move to Claire Shrewsbury. She is the Director, Insights and Innovation at RAP. Claire will join us from UK, and she's the Director of Insights and Innovation at RAP. And in her role, she's responsible for RAP's policy and insights work, technical support for local authorities, and grant management across UK. The team supports DEFRA in its implementation of resources and waste strategy and similar support programs for the development programs in Wales and Northern Ireland. Claire joined RAP in 2008 and has previously been a consultant with AE Technology. So Claire would like to hear about you, from you actually, and you heard about some of the statistics from less emerging economies, and maybe over to you. You represent a developed economy, and how are the things there, and personal experience, and what needs to be done more.
Yeah, thank you so much, and hopefully you can hear me. If somebody could maybe give me a wave.
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you. Thank you for inviting me to speak at this great event. And I just wanted to perhaps share a bit of my career journey with you all. As I say, I've been working in the environmental field for nearly 30 years, which is a bit of a scary thing to admit. I first really knew that I wanted to have an impact on preserving the planet when I was about 14, and became aware of the damage that CFCs were doing to the ozone layer, and that by simply switching products away from aerosols could have a really positive impact. From there, I studied science and eventually did a master's in energy conservation and the environment. And as you said, my first role was with a consultancy company called AEA Technology, and this was a public-owned company, and I worked on government-funded program, and it was called the Environmental Technology Best Practice Program, which I can assure you was quite a mouthful to say when you answered the phone. I was a project manager and felt really privileged that my first projects were looking at many studies to look at the environmental impact of around 10 key industrial sectors in the UK. And this was quite a job, and it gave me a really excellent grounding and understanding of the important impacts from the different parts of the economy. The head of that programme was actually a woman, and I felt pretty pleased and confident that the path for me as a woman was well trodden, but unfortunately my experience hasn't really turned out that way, and there's not been many women featuring in my career as to look up to. So from my role at AEA, I went to a more commercial environmental consultancy, and during that time got married and had our first child. And even though I was doing a sort of business development role and wasn't necessarily needed 5 days a week, the company really wanted me to be 5 days a week and would not agree to me being part-time, but only part-time for a short period after I returned from having our baby. I have to say I soon left, and I would say that was their loss, and that's their narrow-minded, not being open to different ways of working, and that was probably one of the, a bit of a pivotal point for me. I went back to AEA and stayed there for about 7 years, had our second child, and they agreed. I worked part-time, and even during that process, I was able to rise through the consultancy ranks and became a principal consultant. And the business unit that I worked for was also headed up for a woman, and she was, I'd really like to name check her, she's called Christina Cameron, and she was a brilliant and really inspirational leader. Really focused, really understanding, and actually a brilliant role model. So I moved to RAP over 14 years ago, bringing with me my convening and program management skills. I was appointed as a glass sector manager. I didn't know anything about glass, or glass production, glass packaging, all the issues. But what I did do is that I knew that I could get the right people around the table and work through issues, find solutions, and agree actions to take. Possibly quite a female trait, but don't want to be too general. This position soon expanded to me taking charge of all of the technical packaging work within RAP, with the focus moving more and more towards plastics. At RAP, we helped develop the mechanical recycling of milk bottles and PET bottles to the point which in the UK that is now normal behaviour, that those are recycled really regularly. And RAP at the time was headed up by its second woman, a lady called Liz Goodwin, who now works for WRI. But at the time, all the other executive directors were all white, middle-aged men. Very, women were very scarce at our top level. From managing the packaging work, I then turned my hand to working closely with our government funder, the Department for Environment, working closely with them to help ensure RAP's delivery was in line with what they expected, and ensuring that we secured and maintained the vital funding that we got from them. And then I soon headed up the technical delivery of all of those government programmes. And nearly 2 years ago, I was asked to step up as an interim director, and was absolutely delighted when that became permanent last March. I'm really pleased to say at RAP, the makeup of our executive board now is nearly 50% women, and much the better for it, with much more diverse and inclusive conversations being had. RAP has achieved the Investors in Diversity Award, and we're proud to be continuing our journey to further embed EDI principles throughout the business and the organisation we work with. I think it's probably been said, but we know that women will proportionately be greater affected by the climate crisis and its impacts. Therefore, if we are going to truly address the climate crisis, women really need to play a vital part in the development and delivery of actions and solutions. This crisis is such that it can't be for the small privileged few who are able to act. This needs diversity of thought and the inclusion of a wide range of voices, which is critical if we're going to stay within a temperature rise of just 1.5 degrees. We need to ensure we offer the right working environment to allow women to flourish, and simply not insist that they work like men. Otherwise, we will lose their talents to other sectors and the opportunity will be lost. If I'm honest, my career hasn't featured too many women to look up to, but I hope that I can be a role model to others and help inspire other women to follow a career to help combat change. And I certainly won't be pulling up the ladder behind me. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Claire. We just heard that Claire was, helped initially by her role models, and she found the tenacity to go back after taking a break. Our next panelist, very happy to introduce Shruti Shibula. She is the CEO and Director of Tamara Leisure Experience. She is going to join us virtually. Welcome, Shruti. Shruti has kind of been a role model and also a trailblazer in terms of setting her own examples as well as helping facilitating more women to come into the workforce. She has been building business models that harmonizes people, planet, and profit. Under her value-driven leadership, Tamara Leisure Experience has grown to become synonymous with responsible tourism. The organization's ecosystem of sustainable initiatives closely integrates climate resilient policies, including green building practices, wildlife preservation, and optimized use of resources, among other factors. Shruti was named the Young Global Leader of the World Economic Forum in 2017 and serves as a co-lead on the Responsible Destinations workstream of the Global Future Council of Sustainable Tourism. She also is a trustee for all foundations of Shibilal Family Philanthropic Initiatives. And she's also trustee of Women's Education Project, which focuses on educating and uplifting young women from vulnerable backgrounds. She has also in 2019 launched Satya, a hospitality skilling program, which enables young people from disadvantaged backgrounds to become employable within the restaurants and hotel industries. Over to you, Shruti, and would like to really hear some of the work that you are doing.
Thank you so much, and it's lovely to be here. I hope you all can hear me and there's no too much echo in the background. So thank you so much for having me on such an esteemed panel, particularly. It's wonderful to hear about everyone's thoughts and the work that they're doing in the space of gender parity and sustainability. Not many people realize how impactful tourism is in India specifically. Tourism accounts for about 10% of our employment within the organized sector and around the same amount in regards to the GDP. So it's an incredibly widespread impacting sector. And of course, hospitality is a significant portion of that. A lot is being done in terms of promoting sustainable tourism, but it is an extremely complex issue. It really requires that we look at all of the various stakeholders who are there within the destinations in which tourism is occurring. It means that we need to be very conscious of how that development is happening, keeping in mind the environmental conditions of the place, avoiding things like over tourism, which causes just excessive burden on the destination. And also it needs to be resilient, right? At the end of the day, as my fellow speakers have mentioned, any sort of economic crisis or environmental crisis has a disproportionate impact on women. Women are the first to be left out of the workforce. Women are the first to be impacted in, I think, in several ways. So we have to be very, very careful in how we approach sustainable tourism and how those destinations across the world are built. In that journey, so what Tamara Leisure Experiences has focused on is and just to set a little bit of context, we are an organization that designs, builds, and operates hotels and resorts. We have primarily operated within South India over the last 10 years. We also own some hotels abroad in Germany. Our focus has always been on the idea of responsible hospitality. It's ingrained within our DNA, and it's something which really flows from the very top to the very bottom. And within that, of course, there is a focus on gender parity. So as a responsible organization, what does that mean? That means that we are looking at predominantly hiring from the local community. We're looking at having, bringing in as many women as possible into the workforce. We are looking at what can be done in terms of uplifting those women within the workforce as well. So just to give an example, typically if you talk to women who are working in the hotel industry, you'll find that many are dropping out before they get into leadership positions. And I think oftentimes the reasons for this are it's usually two things. Number one, it's safety. There's a lot of family pressure in that family members believe that it's an unsafe place to work, or it's, you're finishing your shift at, random hours in the night. How are these women going to get home safely? So there are a lot of concerns around that. So that's one big reason why there's a drop in the workforce. The other reason is because our policies as an industry are not necessarily as favorable to women as they are to others, right? They're just not particularly fair. So when it comes to, for instance, things like maternity leave and things like, career development, it may not be as fair as maybe the intention is. And therefore, we do see quite a lot of women dropping out before they reach leadership positions. So within Tamil leisure experiences, some of the things that we do to counter this is of course, trying to really engage with the women within our organization to see, what are these concerns? What is it that we can do to ensure that that parity is there? The other thing that we do, which is really in line with our ethos, is thinking about how our hotels and resorts engage with the communities around us, right? So we, through and through believe in this idea of the triple bottom line. So we're looking at profitability, we're looking at the impact on environment, we're also looking at the impact on the people within the organization and around the destinations in which we exist. So one of the things that I think that we do, which is really in promotion of gender equality, is working with women's groups in the destinations in which we exist. And so let me just give you an example of this. In Trivandrum, we have an upscale business hotel, and we have a mini bar in that hotel, which I'm sure, most of you would have, seen mini bars in hotel rooms. Our snacks in those mini bars are stocked by a women's group, a self-help group, which is creating authentic local snacks, which then we are giving to our guests as local flavors. So not only are we able to give our guests a phenomenal experience and like give them a taste of the local culture and the local food through that, even though it's a business hotel, it's not even a typical resort or anything like that, but we're able to do that. We're also supporting women in the community by engaging with them on a business, on an economic level. And that's something that we're continuing to strive for. And I think tourism really has the ability to create that impact and bring about a lot more opportunity. I think the other place where tourism has a place to sustainable tourism has a place in improving gender parity is really thinking about the economic driving force that it has when it enters a destination. Now, again, over tourism is a problem, so I'm not, I won't be talking about that. But what I'm saying is that, there are a lot of rural parts of our country, and I'm focusing on India here. There are a lot of rural parts of our country which are genuinely interesting to guests, and people really want to go and visit, and they want to have these authentic experiences. And this is, across the spectrum of the kinds of travelers which exist in our country. They are, when hotels and resorts and tourism go into these destinations, they act as an economic driver for those destinations. And what that means is that there is an impact on education, improvement in education, improvement in healthcare, improvement in infrastructure. And that really is powerful. But the key to this is going back to the first point that I was making, which is around the idea of making sure that all stakeholders are included in that conversation. In terms of policy, I think that one of the greatest things that needs to be done really is for tourism development to be done in a much more holistic fashion. Today, what ends up happening is that we're talking to, everybody is sort of, we're talking to stakeholders in silos, and we're not including enough women in those conversations. So, we really need to bring them up into positions of power. And when I mean power is really into positions where they have a voice. So you had mentioned actually, so I'm a trustee on an organization called the Women's Education Project. And what this organization does is that it goes into rural parts of the country working with nonprofits that work specifically with women. And it implements, there's a program which is called I Am a Leader, which is shared with the young women of that, of that region. These women who are typically very young, they're maybe teenagers, a little bit older. What the program does is really open the eyes of these young girls, right? So they are exposed to things like financial literacy. They're exposed to things like family planning. And most significantly, what they're exposed to, they go on visits to places like the bank or shops, and they understand, what all exists within that region. And by that, they actually gain, confidence, and they gain a voice. One of the most impactful things I've seen about this organization is that it actually changes the age of marriage significantly. It moves the age of marriage for these young women up by a couple of years. And by that, that there is more power within these women. And so for women to be empowered at that grassroots level, for them to become voices, activists for change, to deal with environmental crises, to be a voice in how tourism should develop in those destinations, that is really giving power, and creating sustainable change for the future by including them in the conversation. Because as we know, for instance, when women are there as part of, the leadership, like for instance in government, we know that those voices are heard, and that there's much more aggressive, they much more aggressively are coming out with policies to deal with the climate crisis. So, this is very broadly what I had to say. I hope you found it useful. Thank you so much for having me.
No, thanks, Shruti. It was brilliant. You made a very important point about women being in the decision-making kind of positions. And here I would like to really proud privilege to welcome my Suzanne. She is the CEO and CSO of IKEA, so I'll talk about that part a bit later, but a formal introduction to you, Suzanne. So she's joined, she's joined IKEA in 1997, has worked across our organization in different roles in IKEA. And this is the third stint in India. Prior to this, Suzanne was a business risk and compliance manager in Inca, where she strongly contributed to brand's risk and compliance strategy in times of transformation and COVID-19 pandemic. She started as environmental manager for the IKEA group and has moved on to IKEA Sweden, where the product development company, where she had various roles in different business categories. She then moved to India in 2007 to head the purchasing function of IKEA South Asia, covering India, Pakistan, and Bangladesh. In her last role in India, she was the country sustainability manager, laying down a people, planet, positive framework for India. She was also leading the market development for Delhi NCR region, and she's extremely happy to be back in India. And she helps contribute to lead IKEA towards vision of creating a better everyday life for many people. Something unique that I found out about Suzanne is that, and about IKEA, is that the CEO for a region is also the CSO, which means sustainability lies at the top, and it's a top-driven subject. Also, that I also met an erstwhile colleague of Suzanne, and he mentioned how she has been nurturing talent across IKEA, and also, how some of them, while they may have moved out, but still remember her as how she has nurtured this talent as a leader. So, Suzanne, very, very eager to hear to you and your experience on this very important subject.
Thank you so much for the nice introduction, and good afternoon, sisters, brothers, lovers of sustainability. I feel at home to be here with you this afternoon. When people ask me professionally, who are you? I say, I'm an IKEA generalist with leadership as speciality and sustainability as my passion, because that is how I have evolved during my 25 years with IKEA. The sustainability was not even mentioned, sustainability 25 years back. It was environmental. So I started as environmental manager for the IKEA group. And at that time, I happened to see a list of the 200 top managers within IKEA. I happened to be one of them, and it was 5 other sisters together with me. That was how the diversity was 25 years back. There was something in environment and sustainability that was part of the values of IKEA. So our managers, the leaders said, yes, we should have it. But I think far too few understood why. So my mission was to create awareness of why is it important for a business to work with sustainability, and what is it we need to do as a business, and what is it to take responsibility as a business today and even more so tomorrow. I must say, I got help from some friends in the NGO circle. So when WWF, Greenpeace, and many other NGOs knocked on our door and asked us to speed up, I thanked them, but secretly. That helped, of course, to drive our agenda. So what we did back then already was, of course, to start at the core. The range is our identity. And we started to look at what is it that we actually sell and how can we do it better. So starting from the material and how we design the products, how we can make them smarter, have less impact on the environment, how we can phase out hazardous chemicals, limit the presence of them, how can we produce in a way where workers in our factories are having a better working condition, both socially, and how we can take care better on the environment. Transportation and many other things started back 25, 30 years. So it has been a long journey, and that journey, of course, never ends. I think when I look now back, and I've had 8 jobs since I was the first environmental manager, I'm now on my 10th job, and again, I have the title of Sustainability Chief Officer. I think a lot has happened, and the biggest shift is the integration of sustainability in everything we do. And that has happened gradually over these years. It doesn't come easily, but I think it starts with the vision we have, creating a better everyday life for the many people that has expanded beyond the home to include people who are connected to us, societies, and the planet, of course. That helps. Then we have a very strong culture, you might have heard. We have values. And not so long ago, 10 years, we got an 8th value, which is care for people and planet. So it's right in the middle of what we are here to do. So when we ask our coworkers, what is the biggest pride you have? They say sustainability and diversity. These are the things that make them want to come to work with us and put up as top 1 pride to be associated with IKEA as an organization. So it is in the culture, it is in the values, it is even in the vision, but it doesn't stop there. It has to be part of a strategy of a company. And we everyone working under the IKEA brand, no matter where you are, in what part, you should work with being affordable, accessible, and sustainable. And these 3 roads forward go hand in hand. Connected to this, of course, there is a further strategy for the sustainability part that we call People and Planet Positive. And all throughout IKEA, we work with the 3 pillars of sustainability, where the first one is what we think we as a company really can offer our customers and co-workers, which is a more healthy and sustainable living. This goes back to the products that we can offer, the solutions for the home. And here we work with the democratic design principle that sustainability, affordability, quality, form, and function has to follow every product in its development to a ready product. Then the second one is climate and circular positive. And of course, here it's everything we do to reduce the impact on climate and how to become more circular. And the third pillar is about people, fair and inclusive. And here we come to the diversity part again. And for me, having been a woman in IKEA since the early start, for me, it has become naturally when we have become more and more women. And when we started our retail operations here in India some 6 years back, we had a strong commitment to be gender diverse in India, even if it took much more effort to reach it. So today we are almost 50-50 on all levels. In my own management team, we are 10 people, we are 7 women. So now I need to watch out so we don't create an overweight of women in my own team. It's really the right way to go, and it's possible. And we try to, with policies, make it also possible to combine being and having a family, being a woman. And we offer equal opportunities for the men to also take paternity leave. Finally, what I want to say, you get what you measure, it's a truth. And every company, of course, measure financial result, the profit and loss. We do too. But what we have added the last years is something we call value creation goals. So the financial result for the company is one dimension. The second one is our customers. How happy are they to be our customers? The third is the co-workers. How do they feel? And how are we dealing with diversity? And are we also including the people that we recruit that are diverse? And the last but not the least, the planet, our impact on the planet. And all these 4 dimensions is what we say must be in place to create the success and be a trustworthy company that we would like to be, to build the brand here in India long term. So that's in a little nutshell the journey I've done and what we are as a company. So, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Suzanne. So this was a short panel. While I have a host of questions, I would actually go back to the audience and use the availability of such an eminent panelist. And if you have any questions, please shoot. Would really love to hear some questions from the men in the audience. So lunch was pretty heavy. There's one, yeah. If you can just name the panelists, then that would be great. Yeah. Good afternoon. My question is for Suzanne. So Suzanne, when you had got this thought of building sustainability in the way of doing business, what was the first step towards it? I'm asking it in context of, so we are a consulting firm specializing in sustainability. So we get a lot of clients who want to get into this space, but then they are lost. What is the starting step? Of course, you need to have that thought, that commitment, but while execution, what is the starting step for that?
I think it's, you need to have the top leaders with you. So to have a clear commitment and the clear why you want to do it as a business. I think we all want to do good, but what is in it and are you fully committed? Then you can start to build it from there and make it part of strategies, values, the culture. So I think it's a journey, but the owners, the stakeholders that are key need to really buy into it, I think. Then you can create a journey together. But the many people in the organization is more times easier, I would say, to bring with you. As I said, it's the pride and many times what people want to be connected to. But you have to have the leadership with you into such a commitment. Then it will go.
But my question remains, like when we want to execute it, what is the starting point? Where do we look in the organization?
I think that everyone wants to do good. I think everyone is caring about what's happening with sustainability on our Earth. Very few are actually willing to pay or can afford to pay extra. So I think very few can, you can't build a business model. It's then only for the few. So when we can combine affordability with sustainability, it's the breakthrough. And I think that goes. So if you can find it, and it doesn't have to cost, maybe in the beginning in an investment, but many times we have seen over and over again, it's good business to do good business. So to find a combination where you don't ask for an increased price or a premium on sustainability. Thank you.
Would it be okay if I added to that a little bit?
Yeah, sure. Go ahead, Shruti.
Okay, no, so in terms of where to start when you're looking at your sustainability journey, I think honestly, like what I've seen with sustainability is that it comes from leadership, right? So if leadership commits to it, then it's a matter of applying your mind and finding the first few things that you can overcome. So like for instance, my organization is right now going through this entire initiative of removing all single-use plastics, and it's been a year and a half journey into that. But this was something we did 10 years into our sustainability journey. When we started with very basic things. We started with talking about waste, reducing our waste, looking at our energy consumption, reducing that, and reducing our water consumption. And those are sort of those are the initial hurdles that we said, okay, let's just look at optimizing this. And of course, every year since we've been able to make improvements on those initial three, but we've added on more things. But it came from just starting somewhere. But even before that, what I find is that, sustainability is not, if you try to tackle everything all at once, it's incredibly overwhelming and challenging. But if leadership commits to it and applies mindfulness to it, it's actually much easier to do. But it is a journey. Nothing happens overnight. It takes time for any organization to get there, but it can be, it has to be approached from that perspective.
Thank you, Shruti. And I think while there are many unanswered questions, at least from me, I think the next panel is about to start. Thank you for all of you for being here, and thank my panelists for being here and sharing your thoughts and experience. And really looking forward to all of you, sitting here in the room, taking some key takeaways. All of you are part of the workforce, and please see how you can, bring in much more diversity. It's necessarily not gender diversity, but much more diversity and hence a more equitable society, and that will help us making a sustainable tomorrow. Thank you once again. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, with this we conclude the session. We thank our distinguished dignitaries for an enriching session. Namaskar, and I welcome all who have just joined us. Without further ado, we move on to our next session for this afternoon. This session is on circular economy. I welcome all distinguished speakers of the session who are here with us today and request them to take the stage, please.
I request our moderator, Mr. George Varghese, an independent strategic advisor, to initiate the session. Thank you.
Thank you, Diksha. The session is already starting a little late, but welcome to all of you to this session on the circular economy. I'm not going to take too much of time in introducing because most of the people sitting here are already the converted. I just want to give you a small perspective and the context from where we come. At this point of time, global economy, we are already consuming more than 70% of the global resources of what can be replenished in the world. Given that, with this kind of resource consumption and also at the same time the energy intensity of this kind of consumption, it also leads to greenhouse gas emissions at the other end, its climate change implications. So you see the two ends of it. One is in terms of overconsumption of resources. Number two, it's the implication of greenhouse gases, gas emissions and its climate change implications. Given that, it's fairly clear that the world has to go on into a path that is much more resource efficient and an economy that is circular. I don't think we're going to discuss the problem here today. Most of us know what this is, and over the last 20 years, we've been grappling with it. What we are going to do in this session on circular economy today is three speakers from three varied industries, and very interesting to observe. We have Olivier Lodge from ExxonMobil sitting at that end. What they have is some base polymer material, and he's going to tell you how they are incorporating recycling and circular economy technique. At the other end, we have Rahul, who is from Huhtamaki. They are actually using their base materials into putting products that are recyclable. So you see the circular economy on the stage, plastics. And my third speaker is even more interesting. She says no to plastics. She's been using agro waste. She's the founder of a company called EcoWare. I've had the opportunity of seeing some of her very excellent products. So she's using agro waste to produce products that are used for packaging and cutlery in the industry. So, three examples, let's listen to them. And then after that, we'll give you a chance for Q&A. With this, I would give you a very short introduction of Olivier. He's a chemical engineer. When I read it, we've worked in virtually all your plants in Europe, India headquarters in Houston, Texas, and also worked in the Asia Pacific region where Singapore is their headquarters. So he's spanned the complete ExxonMobil operations across the globe. So that's the kind of experience sitting here. But today he's going to focus on the plastics and the recycling. That's all good.
Hello. So I don't know if you see the presentation, but my name is Olivier Lorge, and I'm the Global Marketing Manager for our polypropylene business across the world. And today I'm super excited to be here with all of you to speak about sustainability and to discuss about our plan for the future. So let me just quickly introduce ExxonMobil. We are an oil company specialized in oil, gas, refining, and chemical. We have 66,000 people around the world, and our strength is maybe more insight we get from all of them. We have 40 years. We spent 40 years working in India. We started in 1986 in Bengaluru, and now we have more than 2,000 employees across India. So we have a lot of knowledge as well about the India industry, especially on the plastic and lube side. Okay, good. So I don't know how it's working. Okay, it was the ExxonMobil piece. Okay, now let's speak about sustainability. You can get it. Sorry, technology. Okay, so let's.
Okay, now you can move it from here.
Yeah. Okay. Good. So let's speak about.
You can see it from
here. Yeah. Perfect. Let's speak about sustainability. And a couple of years ago, we spoke with most of our customers, brand owners, suppliers, OEM, to really understand what sustainability means for them and what everybody tried to achieve. And it's amazing how many answers we had. It was all over the place. But at the end, if you think about it, it drills down to plastic to two main challenges. The first one is how to help to address the plastic waste. And the second one is how we decarbonize our industry. And some people like us want to do both of them. How we solve the first issue and solve the second issue at the same time. So based on these two challenges, we have developed a plan to help to address the two challenges. And this is what we are planning to do, and I hope it will be an insight, but I truly believe that the first action is to really look at yourself. And the first step toward a more sustainable and circular world is to achieve net zero in your operation. And ExxonMobil has committed to become net zero emission by 2050. It looks long, but for a big company like us, it's already a big commitment and achievement. So the first step will be to use hydrogen to use as a primary energy in our Texas Baytown complex for our refinery. It's the first step towards zero emission for us. So the plan is to use natural gas to produce hydrogen, and with the CO2 left, put it back and do sequestration. Okay, it's difficult to say. Carbon capture in all the oil field for us. So first step for us, reducing our impact from our operation. Second commitment we have for the industry is to continue to develop high-tech polymers to allow do more with less. It's a concept that we are pushing for the last 20 years, but when you think about something you don't use, you don't emit, and you don't have to recycle it. And I think it's something we need to make sure we don't forget. Just as an example, 20 years ago, for resin, plastic resin, we used bags which were 220 micrometer thick. Now we are at 105, 110 micrometer. So it's half the weight of waste just for this bag. And if all the industry using more sophisticated polymers, more high-tech solution, we could significantly, just by doing that, reducing the quantity of plastic waste and the quantity of CO2 emission for our industry. So this is our second commitment. Our third commitment is how we can deploy and scalable recycled solution. And I will not speak now about it, because I've got a couple of pages about it, but it's something where we put a lot of energy and brainstorming in the company. And the third one is what I've learned my 10 years in marketing and sales is that you cannot do anything alone. And you have to engage all the value chain if you really want to achieve something. And working from the collector on the field for recyclability to the policy maker, you have to engage all the value chain, because if one piece is missing, then nothing is working. So let's give it a couple of minutes to go and develop the scalable solution for recycling. So we started to push mechanical recycling really 5-6 years ago with some of our high-tech polymers. And the first project I worked on was in Patagonia with an entrepreneur who wanted to collect fishing gears and fishing hooks to do something with it. And working with them, we could collect on the beach all these ropes, invest in a cleaning machine, shredding, injection molding machine, and with our knowledge about polymers, we could make crates out of it, high quality crates out of it. And for me, I learned a lot from this experience, that yes, mechanical recycling is our first priority. We need to do it because it consumes less energy, it's more efficient. But it requires a lot of resources, investment, and it takes time. So from this knowledge, he said, okay, a lot of plastic used around the world. What can we do to scale up and accelerate the recyclability of all these polymers? And it's where we come with this extended technology for very difficult plastic to be recycled. And the idea here is you take your polymer, you put it in our refinery, you break it down in monomer blocks that you will use later on to do something with new products, like polyethylene, polypropylene again. And by using this extend technology, I believe we can significantly ramp up the production of recycling material. So our commitment in Exxon is to scale up this technology in the next 4 years up to 500 KT. In 2021, we started our first 30,000 ton plant in Baytown, Texas. And now we are lining up new modules in the different refinery we have in the US Gulf Coast, in Europe, in France, and in Netherlands and in UK. And the plan for us to do it in Singapore as well before the end of 2026, maybe 2025, 2026. So it's a technology that we encourage others to do as well. And we truly believe it's a way to really give value to the waste. One of our challenge is incentivizing entrepreneurs that will go and collect the feedstock, which is waste stream, municipalities which will invest in sorting capability in order to extract the plastic from the feed. And we started some experiment with the town of Houston with our waste management system to invest in new machinery that can sort automatically all the plastic from their waste stream. So big goal compared to the size of the polymer business is still small, but still a big goal. So I want to introduce a concept here, which is the mass balance. The best analogy for me is electrical grid. When someone started to plug a solar panel on the electrical grid, the person who were buying this green energy are not using the electron that were produced by the solar panel, because it may be far away from the solar panel. But overall, as a mass balance concept, the idea was, okay, the solar panel is introduced X number of electrons, you can use elsewhere X number of electrons. We are as well using the same concept for advanced recycling. The quantity of waste we are putting in our refinery, and I said this, maybe it's 1 million tons across 7 or 8 refineries, is very small compared to the size of a true refinery, which is 10 million tons, 15 million tons a year. So we are using the mass balance concept by putting the plastic waste, breaking down the waste into the building block, and then this building block will be somewhere lost into the refinery to claim credit, and we will produce a polyethylene and polypropylene. So it's a concept that if you put X number of waste into your refinery, you will not utilize number of oil to produce your polyethylene or polypropylene plastic. So I think it's a concept which is similar to the electrical grids here. But, and I will conclude on this one, is third party and certification are key. Everything we do is third party certified. We truly believe that we need some discipline. We need to be audited by third party, which has nothing to do with us. We decided to work with ISCC Plus because on the fuel side, on regulation in Europe and US, we are working with a company which is called ISCC as well. And it's a way for us to certify our product. One of the big challenge when you think about recycling industry and corporation in your structure is how you do a good traceability of everything you do. So at time of speaking, it's a very small part of the industry which is doing it. But as soon as law will come online, everything will be mandatory. One of the challenges of the industry will be how we get the true certification to make sure that when you claim that you have 30% of recycling in your product, recycling content in your product, then you really have 30% recycling content of a product. So I would like to thank George, and I hope you will have some questions. Sorry, I was maybe a bit long.
We'll take the questions later on. Thank you, Olivier. And I think you would have observed how ExxonMobil is trying to do the balance between reducing the plastic waste, improving its efficiency, and also decarbonizing their processes. With that, I would like to turn to Rahul Nene, who is the Sustainability Officer at Huhtamaki. He's relatively new in Huhtamaki, but has worked across sectors, FMCG, oil and gas, and he's been a Sustainability Officer in several of these industries. So this is not the time. Let him speak now, but after that, you can grill him with all the questions because he's worked across sectors in terms of how sustainability is mentioned. Okay, Rahul, almost. Up to you.
So hi, good afternoon, everyone, and thank you, George, for this lovely introduction. I'll jump right into the topic. And when I speak of circular economy, I think the quote actually that goes into my mind immediately is from Albert Einstein. He says, if you have a problem, look deeper into nature and you will understand things better. And when it comes to circular economy, I think that's the sole inspiration that I personally take. Because if you look at nature, I mean, we're talking of sustainability, right? We are talking of sustaining life on this planet. We're talking of sustaining this planet. We're talking of sustaining our own organizations. If something has to sustain on this planet, it has to have a circularity to it. And that's run by the natural cycles of oxygen, phosphorus, carbon, blah, blah, blah. And hence, the context to this topic, circularity when it comes to sustainability is absolutely imperative. And that's why I was very happy to be invited to speak on this topic. Coming to what my organization does, so as George introduced, Huhtamaki is basically a global leader when it comes to flexible packaging. Okay, and packaging as part of the footprint of a product plays a key role when we talk about having the product itself circular, so to say. And in India, you see statistics coming in. The latest one was like India is the largest polluter to marine litter, right? And India is one of the top three producers of plastic waste in the world. So the concept of circular economy should hold a lot of value to us as a country. Now, so my talk or these 5 minutes that are dedicated to me, I would like to approach this topic with the focus on flexible packaging, which is like our product. So we touch flexible packaging every day, right? I mean, there are candies, there is chocolate, there is Maggie that we eat, there is everything that we touch, more or less. 70% of those products in India come from flexible packaging. The problem in India is we don't have recycling, collection, cleaning, and recycling structures in our infrastructure in place, which are economically viable, bring back this material back into the packaging value chain. And that's where I think we are, failing, honestly, as a country. What we generally say, tend to say is when it is sustainable, replace the plastic and it will become sustainable. Honestly, I don't think personally that's the right approach. Plastics have proven beneficial to environment in multiple applications, and even in India there are multiple products. I'll take example of milk. Plastic packaging absolutely proves to be the most sustainable choice of packaging. What is not present is how we can add circularity to it and make it truly sustainable. And I would like to speak a bit about the challenges that we face as a country, right? Recently, this Saturday, there was World Cleanup Day or something, and our company had organized a beach cleanup. And just going to a beach and picking up plastic waste, it makes you realize what the problem is. There are so many types of plastics that you see, and the most notorious, is multi-layered plastic, right? The issue with multi-layered plastic is there are multiple layers of different types of plastic, probably a barrier layer in between of aluminum and paper. It's absolutely very difficult to recycle this kind of plastic. That's the first challenge. Plastic in itself, we are not sure if it can be recycled. Point number two, most of it is spoiled. So the consumer uses it. Imagine your of chips, you open it, there's a lot of motor oil and chips stuck to it and you throw it. It's spoiled. It goes onto a beach, it's spoiled even by the soil, etc., etc. So the major recycling infrastructure in our country is mechanical recycling, and some of the shortcomings of mechanical recycling is it cannot take spoiled raw material to recycle. But the situation is that our plastic waste is largely spoiled. So that adds a bit of challenge again to the entire value chain of having a circular economy. Point number three, the consumer awareness around segregation, right? Obviously, it's so in the last 5 years, it has increased a lot, but we still don't have sufficient segregation mechanisms at source where the spoiled, we can ensure that this packaging does not get spoiled after the usage by the consumer. Last but not the least, the logistics from the consumer to the recycling plant, and then from the recycling plant to the product manufacturers, this logistics is economically not feasible. And you can see all of these challenges exist in the country, and that's why there's a big bit of issues in terms of ensuring circularity when it comes to packaging, so to say, in India. Just as a company who manufactures and produces flexible packaging, just like to touch what we are trying to do as one of the key stakeholders in this value chain, to do our bit to ensure that the circular economy materializes somewhere along the line. So first of all, the challenge that I said, right? The product in itself probably is not recyclable, or not recyclable is not the right term, difficult to recycle. And multi-layer plastics is something that's the biggest challenge that we have. So most of our R&D efforts are going into shifting from a multi-layer packaging to a mono-layer packaging. And that's where working with someone like ExxonMobil also comes in, because we use their products as our raw materials, and we have to work with companies like this to kind of develop these packaging solutions which are mono-material based. Yeah, so the multi-layer packaging, the multiple layers are there for a reason, right? Imagine hair color, it's a very aggressive material. Imagine food, it cannot get spoiled. So you have to have oxygen protection, you need to have barrier against humidity. Achieving that through mono-material is truly difficult, honestly. And that's where most of our innovation efforts are. And our target is like by the year 2030, we want to make all our packaging products which are 100% recyclable, or at least reusable, We also have a fiber-based packaging solutions, not in India per se, but outside. So we say they should be 100% renewable. That's the key focus where we are working on. The other aspect is when to close the loop, right? Once the plastic gets recycled, we need to ensure that the recycled plastic also becomes successfully a part of our own raw material. And that's the other bit where we are working as a company to ensure that the recycled plastic successfully is a raw material to us and we are able to make packaging out of the recycled plastic. Of course, we have to work with companies, brand owners here because they are the ones who design the packaging, and we have to work with them to ensure that recycled plastic successfully becomes a part. Right now, if you see food packaging, there is a clash of regulations because we are under EPR pushing for recycled content, but the FSSAI rules does not allow recycled content in food packaging. So we are working with regulators to, and I'm part of that committee where we are working to kind of streamline these regulations. So the regulatory bodies and the plastic waste management rules actually need to support this entire structure, and I think we are moving in the right direction as a country. But that's another challenge where successfully integrating recycled plastics as part of the value chain. So these are, I would say, our key focus areas when it comes to circular economy and enabling circular economy. The third bit that we are trying to do is, I was talking of multi-layer plastics, right? So we have established something called as a Huhtamaki Foundation, where we have set up a kind of a pilot plant in Maharashtra. We are trying to prove multi-layer plastic can be recycled. The only thing is you need to have good amount of control on the washing of the waste material that comes in, and then the temperature control, because in terms of extrusion, when you finally export the material, to get those recyclates out of it, you need to have a good amount of control. So that's what we are also working on to kind of, and then we look at intent to scale this up in India so that, because if you see the EPR rules, right? I mean, if you see the amount of brand owners that are registered today on the EPR portal, and you calculate the total amount of plastic waste they have declared, and you calculate and you add the total amount of recycling infrastructure that is available, correspondingly, there's a huge gap. So we don't have recycling infrastructure also cater to the amount of plastic that has been declared. So in order to do our bit also, we are trying to help set up this recycling infrastructure in India, and especially we are targeting multi-layer plastic, something which is kind of avoided by the recyclers in India because they don't bring so much value as does pure plastic waste. So that's what I wanted to basically touch base upon. Ultimately, just to conclude, I think multiple stakeholders in this entire value chain, right? When we talk of circular economy, and all of us need to come together. Right from commercialization, we will provide the raw materials, us as packaging developers, brand owners, the consumers, and there's a huge amount of informal sector who is collecting, segregating waste, and who unfortunately are not many times ignored, because the people who actually collect our waste from the grounds, majority of it is the dumping grounds or landfills, they are not aware where to take this waste. I mean, it's all waste for them, but apart from few examples like milk or water bottles, they don't care what the number mentioned means. They just take it to some recyclers. If we can touch base with them, the segregation can successfully happen at their end. I think that would be a very highly beneficial point. So that's one thought I had about the EPR rules, because we are talking of giving the responsibility to brand owners to recycle. Something needs to be done to kind of uplift the people who are actually collecting and segregating this waste. That would also add a lot of value to circular economy of packaging in India. So I think with that we'll just conclude, and thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Rahul.
Check. Yeah. Thank you, ma'am. I think Rahul gave us a quick snapshot in terms of what are the challenges, and also as a company, what we are trying to do in terms of addressing these challenges of recycling plastic. I would like to emphasize one point. Rahul mentioned about all of us, every single person sitting in this room is a consumer. Rahul mentioned about segregation at source. If we as consumers can segregate at source, then what happens is the waste is no more soiled, and the whole recycling process becomes much easier. And I think that's the message that we ourselves need to practice and spread as much as possible, because then these companies find it easier to do their duty and their responsibility to society as a whole. Thanks, Rahul, for that intervention. Now, I'd like to call upon our third speaker, Ms. Ria Singhal. Ria is the founder and CEO of this company called EcoWare, which I mentioned earlier. She's a pharmacologist who got into this. that I learned only today, even though I've met her before. And highly awarded. She's got the Nari Shakti Award from the President of India, and also is a young leader with the World Economic Forum and several other awards, not going to list them out. And also has been a guest speaker and a thought leader in the sustainability and climate change arena. We are all yours.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. George, it's great to be on the panel with you once again. So I suppose I'm the black sheep here who's going to say, I don't like plastic. Look, like George said, by way of background, I'm a pharmacologist. And I think for me, lifestyle changes and sort of reducing exposure to plastic came about for me when I was about 19 years old, when my mother had breast cancer for the first time. And I then went on to work at, I studied pharmacology, worked at Pfizer specifically on oncology, and that sort of just deepened my knowledge about how we really need to reduce our exposure to plastic because it's not good for people or planet. Worked for Pfizer, everyone knows them, so no need to go there. But I moved to India in 2009, and I was honestly just shocked to see how we were so freely eating out of plastic, yet we were talking about healthy ingredients and organic ingredients and healthy food, but the packaging wasn't healthy at all. And also the fact that we threw all our waste in one dustbin. So we weren't segregating our waste. It ended up in ever-growing landfills. And I decided that I wanted to try and do something different, which is when EcoWare came about. There are three key things for me when I started. So safety, I wanted to make sure that our product allowed for humanity to eat safely, so there was no food migration. And it did not end up in overgrowing landfills and outlive you in generations to come. The second was purpose, so we had to create employment, we had to create impact in everything that we did. And continue to do. And the third was authenticity. So I know, we all know that there's an immense amount of greenwash out there. And we wanted to make sure that we're absolutely different. And we're the real deal. And like Olivier said, we've basically certified every claim that we've made on our product, from CIPET to the USDA to Green Label, Singapore Green Label. And we wanted to make sure that we had multi-stakeholder confidence and build credibility as a brand. So what do we do at EcoWare? We take agricultural waste, such as wheat, rice, and sugarcane, and through a thermoforming process, we convert it into packaging. That packaging is completely natural, it's biodegradable and compostable within a 90-day period. What does that mean for all of us? Is that once it comes in contact with soil, it will naturally break down into soil. It bypasses the waste management, the industrial composting facilities, all that sort of stuff that we just do not have in India and honestly most of the Southeast Asian countries as well. So that's what we do. Our category of products are split in. We've focused on food and beverage predominantly because we found that was low-hanging fruit. So our category of products are like typically dine-in, so you would find it at food courts, on the airplanes, on the trains, large-scale office canteens. We've worked with the likes of IRCTC, Etihad Airlines, Haldiram's, zero waste events. So anywhere where you've got basically a massive footfall of people and you need to feed them and not create waste. My motivation is our impact. So we've 100% of our revenues derived from a circular economy model. We've displaced over 1 billion pieces of single-use plastic. We create an industry that never existed before. We've created employment. 30% of our women our team are women, and especially in the manufacturing space, and that's something I'm really proud of. And from a health perspective, it's really simple. The less you're exposed to plastic, the better it is for you. And ultimately, what we see and what COVID certainly has brought about is everyone now equates single use to hygiene, right? Because we're all scared of this cross infection. We're all using a lot of more of single use. And we just really, our message and our advocacy is that if you need, can we be conscious of what we're using? Can we move away from rampant consumerism to conscious consumerism? Can we make sure that whatever we are touching, using, are closed loop solutions, right? We're clear about what that end of life of the product looks like. So now, as we see sort of plastic bans come in across the world, as an organization, we are moving away. We're not moving away, we're sort of innovating with other industries. So whether it's FMCG, whether it's the medical industry, whether it's e-commerce, to help them all reduce their plastic footprint. And we're basically finding more and more applications from this for the same raw material. And I think really short and sweet, circular economy needs to be seen as an opportunity, not an afterthought. And it needs to be at the core of our decision making. So thank you.
That was very short and sweet. And I think with that, Riya has opened out the debate. There were two companies, one its material of plastics and polymers, the other one packaging in terms of plastics. And I made it a point to emphasize that there are certain areas where you can use plastics. Whereas we were saying, I came into this because I saw the after effects of plastic and I wanted to see that there are options available. So options are available, different kinds of materials can be used. What's there that is possible in a resource efficient circular economy? The floor is open. You can ask your questions directly to a single speaker or leave it open-ended, and then we'll make the choice of what they want to answer. Please. Yes, is there somebody passing out mics around, please? The young gentleman out there. Just introduce yourself, one line.
Hi, myself Nitin. So my question to Rahul. So as you know, and you already mentioned in your speech, in last year in plastic waste management rule, government gives some target for recycling content, for reuse application, for MLP recycling. And you had already said you will start working for recycling content. So my two questions, as you already work in FMCG and second you are working in packaging industry. So you are more aware with what is the relation between consumer brand demand and packaging supplier. So what is your current scenario for recycling content? Are your company started the production and what is your capacity? And second, my one question to all circle quality panelists, everyone is saying use the recycling content. Really, have you checked what is the carbon footprint of recycling content? Simple virgin plastic carbon footprint may be 100 metric ton, but the recycling content plastic carbon footprint may be more than the virgin plastic. But why Indian government and the recycler don't think have you really checked the LCA? Have you done the LCA? What is the real footprint? So my question for that.
Yeah, thank you. We'll just take two more questions because the next panel has to start. We're going 5 minutes delayed. Yes, sir. The mic at this end, please.
Hi, I'm Aditya. I'm from this organization called Practical Action for Circular Economy, and I'm from Canada. So I just wanted to ask a quick question while listening to you guys. Is it more that the industry needs to be given subsidies so that they tackle the design problem? Because, while designing the products, that circular economy is more of a design problem so that there isn't any waste and, you extend the useful economic life and all of that shebang. Or is it more about raising awareness on a consumer level or a customer level so that they know that they should dispose of the products properly, and why circular economy is not only good for the consumers from like a health or a mindfulness perspective, but also overall, you decouple economic growth to the mining of direct earth resources, and overall it's also good for the economy. So I just wanted to know whether you should be targeting people who've already made legacy investments, capex, huge capex investments, or should you be targeting more in terms of the end user? Thanks.
Thank you. One last question. Yeah, the person right at the end. Right at the end there. Who?
Hello. Yeah, hi. Myself Ranjit Sahu from Accenture. So thank you for accepting the offer from a backbencher. So my question is on, with Rahul, that, regarding that sustainable packaging that you're talking about. Now, every industry, has their own packaging standards depending on the nature of products. Like, for example, if I belong to a metal sector, then there is ASTM standards for packaging and all, right? Now, if I want to look at from a lenses of sustainable packaging, can we look at avenues of standardization of across products, irrespective of whatever industry? And what is the way forward for that?
Thank you. What I'm going to do is I'll start with you, Rahul. Answer the questions and your last comments. Yeah.
Thank you. So first I'll address the first question that was to me regarding EPR. So like you rightly said, there have been multiple targets that have been given to brand owners to include recycled content into their packaging. And I think it starts from the year 2025. And the answer is a resounding yes, because there's a massive work that is happening with earlier I was one of the customers who was working with companies to ensure this. And now I'm in a company which is helping brand owners to do that. In fact, my first week of joining Huhtamaki, I attended meetings with one of the major FMCG companies in India to start working on recycled content as part of their confectionery business packaging. So yes, there's a lot of work that is going on. Like I said, still we are looking at achieving clarity on when it comes to food packaging, because there's a clash with the FSSAI regulations, and we are trying to work on that with the regulatory bodies. But yes, the work is going on. The second question was from the gentleman from Accenture. I absolutely agree. In fact, Huhtamaki and many other companies are part of something called as the India Plastics Pact. Coincidentally, there's a conference that's going on for the Indian Plastics Pact in parallel in the next room, and I was there before in this morning. So one of the key activities that we're doing is defining what sustainable packaging means, with giving due diligence on the infrastructure that is available in India. So what does sustainable packaging mean in India? And that's the work that is going on with regulatory bodies. That's point number one. Point number two, I absolutely agree that standardization will be critical when it comes to defining this. And I again go back to the example I spoke of milk, because even the person who is not educated but picks up milk packets from the waste knows that it is LDPE. They know where to go and give that particular plastic and where they are going to get money. And this is possible because massively most of the milk packaging in India is LDPE. So definitely standardization will be a critical part of it. And I think that's it.
Thank you, Ram.
Okay, so I think just for the first and third question, look, I think we've all highlighted challenges. Waste management is a huge problem. So for me, my message would be, can we just be conscious about what we're using? Let's move away from, like I said, that rampant consumerism to conscious consumerism and think twice, right? Whether it is plastic, it is a product like EcoWare, it's anything. As far as the second question was concerned, I think there are two ways I look at this. One, as a brand, I think whether you are a shareholder, CEO, whatever you are in the organization, sustainability and circular economy needs to be seen as an opportunity. I would not wait. Yes, incentives are fantastic and it certainly helps you scale what you're trying to do. But if I would still start somewhere. And that's exactly what we did at EcoWare. We've not had any incentives, but we've just kept going. The second thing is that we're seeing that the consumer is changing, okay? It's the Greta Thunbergs, it's my kids, it's your kids. Are you ready to sell to that new generation? They're very well aware, they're connected, and they are aligning their purchasing power to more responsible brands. So I would say get out and do what you need to.
Thanks for that message, Ria. I don't think we should wait for anybody. Only the audience.
Okay, so maybe for sake of time, I like question, what is sustainable packaging? Sustainable packaging is something that can be recycled or we can do something out of it. So AI is proposing a solution that is compostable. We are proposing solution that can be recycled and valued in the future. And Raoul spoke about monomaterial solution. The problem of plastic in the past, there was multiple type of plastic, and because you were using different plastic, you could do nothing with it. And now with what Raoul is saying here, as an industry, we try to prepare the ground for future recycling. And by moving to monomaterial, it could be poly-PET for bottles, it could be polyolefinic material for day-to-day packaging, but being able to separate this packaging easily in the future is the only way for us as an industry to be able to have the end of life for this product and re-inject this valuable product into new product. So maybe a definition for sustainable packaging.
Thank you, Olivier. Okay, with this, we come to the end of this engaging session. So the challenges incorporating resource efficiency and circular economy into the industry. But I think the clear message is all this starts from us, the consumer, before it gets back to the industry. If we can segregate a source and pass it on, these guys can build the technology and do something with it and help planet sustain itself. Thank you, fellow speakers, for this input that you gave and for the audience for being an engaging audience. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, with this we conclude the session. We thank you. We thank our distinguished dignitaries for an engaging discussion. Thank you.
Namaskar. A very good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It is with immense pleasure that I welcome you all to our 17th Sustainability Summit. It is indeed an honor and privilege to welcome all of you to the session on Climate Action Road to Net Zero. I welcome all our distinguished speakers of the session who are here with us today. I now request our moderator, Mr. Jamshed Godrej, past President CII and Chairman and Managing Director, Godrej and Boyce Manufacturing Company Limited, who has joined us virtually, to please initiate the session. Thank you.
Thank you. My greetings to everyone. It gives me great pleasure to address this gathering at this session on climate action, the road to net zero, at the 17th Sustainability Summit, Building a Sustainable Tomorrow and Transforming Risks into Opportunities. Let me take a moment to welcome the panel. Mr. Suvjoy Sengupta, partner at McKinsey & Company. Mr. Krishna Mohan Puvada, regional president of Novozymes, India. Dr. Lognesh Channa, vice president, government affairs, Asia Pacific and Japan of SAP. And Mr. Nitin Prasad, who is chairman of CII's Cleaner Air, Better Life initiative, and also the chairman of Shell in India. So just a few words to set the context here. You know, I think we have all been witnessing extreme events around the world, whether in India, in Europe, in the USA. I think that the weather is really becoming significantly critical in terms of how climate change is changing the weather. And even though there may be some scientific issues around that, there's no doubt that everyone in the world, in one way or another, is experiencing this change. Of course, as you know, the Paris goal was to stay below 1.5 degrees centigrade increase in temperature by the end of the century. But we seem to be on track to go ahead of that. But I would say that COP26 in Glasgow really did try to tackle the climate crisis. And now, it's quite important to see that 190 countries have set targets to cut emissions and keep them within the 1.5 degree, if it's at all possible. But also that a very large number of countries, including India, have made a commitment to net zero by 2050, 2060, 2070 for India. So there's no doubt that we are making progress. I always like to say that even though 2070 is 50 years out from here, if you don't start now, it will become too late if you start a little too late. So there's no doubt at all in my mind that we have to take climate action and do it quickly. I think most of the leading companies in India are moving in that direction. They are employing such initiatives as science-based targets and using and making commitments for various efficiency factors and ways to reduce carbon and decarbonize their processes. There's no doubt that there are some very large industrial sectors which are not easy to decarbonize. And we know that steel, cement, fertilizers, etc., are among them. But it's an industry-wide problem. It's not a problem that is not going to affect anyone. It will affect practically every industrial sector. So with that, I just want to talk a little bit about a launch of a program that we will be doing now. It is the carbon capture, utilization, and storage working group launch that we will do. Mr. Nitin Prasad has kindly agreed to chair this group. And just a word on this, we've all heard of carbon capture and storage. It's an issue that has been around for a long time. We also know that it's not easy to do. It is one of those things that is essential but difficult to do. But I'm sure that with innovation and a determination, we will be able to move in that direction. The whole world has to move in that direction. I don't think it's just about India, it's the whole world. And so let me say that today, we have this session to launch this effect. And I would like to invite Mr. Nitin Prasad to speak about this initiative. And then maybe I'll just have a chat with him and then we'll move on with the rest of the panel. Mr. Prasad.
Thank you very much, Mr. Godrej. Let me firstly begin by thanking Mr. Godrej for being part of our launch. It's really an honor, sir, to have you be a part of this stream. CCUS as a topic has been a conversation point, as Mr. Godrej has pointed out, for a long time, and it features very much in the IPCC reports. It features in the IEA reports and others that have been done. As we focus, and quite rightly, as we focus as a country, as a world, as a society, on the immediate sort of things that we need to come back and do, renewable energy and even operations efficiency, green hydrogen, bios alternatives. The reality is that for a number of different sectors, at some point in time, we cannot avoid the fact that there is still emissions that have to be captured and sunk, and we have to come back and deal with them. In some sectors, for example, in cement, that may be as high as 40–50% of the emissions that's associated with a particular cement plant. or even for that matter, even in steel and aluminum and other sort of sectors, where the reality is that without some form of capture technology, we are not going to be able to meet the net zero applications going forward. So we see CCUS as Shell as being a necessary part of the solution. I think it has been recognized by a number of documents, a number of thought leadership and knowledge partners as also being a part of the solution. And in terms of creating the right level of urgency, it is time for us to start to move forward in taking this, in executing what a CCUS solution can look like. Now, CCUS has two parts to it, or actually has multiple parts to it, and perhaps maybe it's good to sort of just quickly say why is it important for us to start to deal with some of this. The carbon capture side, arguably there's some fantastic technology that's available from a number of different individuals that would allow us to come back and capture the carbon. The reality is, what do you do with it? And here is where the bifurcation comes in pretty fast. In the utilization space, the reality is that while technologies are available, and we've heard the whole list that has come in, most of the technologies at this point in time that are viable or technologically or commercially viable largely will translate what is a scope 1, scope 2 emission into a scope 3 emission. But it does not actually embed the CO2 in a manner that actually sinks it in a life cycle, on a life cycle basis. So still an important part of the solution space going forward. But we should recognize that in that solution space, it has a limited scope as it is today, and it needs further technological development to really take it into other utilization cases, which will effectively, eliminate the carbon from the atmosphere to begin with. Storage, of course, is a less technologically challenged solution. There are 27 plants that are already in operations today out of 135 projects globally. It's still a small fraction of what needs to be done. And our own estimation was that, India has the potential or will need to think about at least 0.4 gigatons worth of storage potential as we go forward. But storage, of course, has its own sort of challenges. You can't just simply drill a hole in the ground and put CO2 into it. I'm being a bit facetious, but the reality is that you have to have the ability to take a look at the subsurface and understand what is available. You have to actually build in the infrastructure to be able to shift it to that location. And of course, what we need to be able to do, much in the way some of the other technologies in the past have tried to deal with this, we must be able to build confidence in society and in the populations that are around some of these storage sites, that when we put it in, it stays in the ground. And that's a little bit of a harder challenge to come back and do, because that is an essential part of how we can possibly go forward in terms of engaging the community to take this forward. So we think that the CCUS coalition is a tremendous step forward. I'm very proud and honored to have been asked to come back and chair it, and we're very happy to come back and try and define how do we take this forward. There is a number of activity that we must come back and do, not just from a policy and regulatory point of view, from having a consistent approach to carbon pricing, in terms of how we execute that, some SOPs and how do you actually come back and develop them, demonstration pilots, plans and projects, but equally broad-based awareness, as I just spoke about, and understanding about what CCUS will be able to come back and do, so that we bring community and society along with us. And finally, of course, the ever-present financing question that sort of pervades anything having to do in climate change and technology. A number of different activities that I think we will jointly come back and lead. But the one consistent thing that I can come back and say is that none of this will happen if we don't collaborate well together, if we don't have government, society, all of our partners coming and working on this together, because this will require us to come back and create a whole new value chain, a whole new sector, a whole new industry, which of course has plenty of opportunity in terms of job creation, economic livelihood creation,
as well as establishing India as almost a market leader in this space. But that has in order to be able to create a new sector, you of course need a large number of players to come together to be able to do that. And again, that is the genesis of why we think a coalition is absolutely important. So with that, let me pause and only sort of come and thank again Mr. Godrej for his very strong support and contribution to this, but also in a number of thought leaders and partners, Niti Aayog as a knowledge partner, OGCI and IIT Bombay, amongst others, and of course a very warm welcome to others who want to come and engage on this incredibly important topic for the future going forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Nitin. Really appreciate your leadership in this effort. And I'll just ask you one question before we move on with our panelists. The shell companies are known very well for doing scenarios and working on pathways, etc. What's the most optimistic scenario that Shell has worked on carbon capture and storage?
Well, thank you. I think we have done a tremendous amount of work in terms of scenarios. We have also done scenarios for India, in specific global as well as in India. We did come in and also posit that it was possible for us to think about a nearer term 2050 aspiration for a net zero. And many of those things I think have been captured very well in terms of the roadmap that was forward. And I'm only making this comment because I think there's a lot of discussion about the 2070 target that's out there. And as you mentioned, it's 5 decades out. But I think that almost loses sight a little bit to what the 2030 targets actually are. And here I think we as a country and as a government has shown remarkable leadership in setting quite extensive 2030 targets in terms of what we will come back and deliver, that we have now, of course, sent in as our updated NDCs. And there is a program that in the next 5 years we may potentially have to ratchet them up again in terms of what that's going forward. When we looked at this and we talked about the pace of activity and what was needed in the next decade, the next 10 years into the 2030s, and it was very clear that we must come back and focus on carbon capture, CCUS technology. We must demonstrate within the next 10 years at a minimum 5 to 10 projects in the country, because that's the start of a business industry that must go forward. And if you take a look at the broader numbers, if we are not able to achieve at least 0.4 gigatons to 0.6 gigatons in the 2050 timeframe of capture, then we will be quite a ways away of actually being able to deliver a net zero, even in a 2070 credible timeframe. So really quite critical that we come back and take that forward. And the last sort of comment I'll make on this of course is I think there is a tremendous view that that some of these things are limit our capacity or our growth as an economy and as industrial activity. Actually, I think the narrative there needs to change quite a bit, because if we don't switch to seeing this as an enabler for growth in industrial activity, what we will quickly find is that we will escalate industrial emissions to a point that is completely unsustainable and end up building a large number of assets where we will have to then retrospectively come back and adjust, in terms of how do we bring the emissions of that down. We'll also find very quickly in a world that is fast focusing on decarbonization, and if we have our aspirations for exports and things like that, that if we don't come back and take these technologies forward, then we will struggle. So those are conservative estimates that our scenarios came back and suggested that would be important for India's economic development, but also to come back and deliver the 2050.
Thank you, Nitin. That was very useful. We'll come to the topic of our session today, which is the path to net zero. And I'm going to request and invite each of the panelists to speak for 3-4 minutes on their take on what are the challenges and opportunities for India's paths to net zero. And may I start with Mr. Puvada?
Thank you, and thanks thank you the organizers, CII, for this opportunity. I think a very, very important topic to net zero. I think the whole world and everybody is talking about the impact and the corrective steps that we need to take. And when we look in terms of India, and definitely India is sort of trying to make a mark, a footprint in terms of increased manufacturing. And this is great. Increased manufacturing also would mean that we need to be quite responsible in terms of the pace that we adopt. So the new manufacturing should come with technologies with low carbon pathways. Now, India has done extremely well in terms of the renewable energy side, but the path towards decarbonization will also have, we need to see it from a much broader and much bigger canvas. While the focus will be very clear in terms of the hard-to-abate sectors, but I think from Novozymes' perspective, we are an industrial biotech company. We see that biotech as an alternative, as an option, will be a clear enabler in multiple areas. It'll actually open doors, and I'd like to quote a few examples on what possibilities biotech can bring in. And just try to think in terms of a couple of examples that I want to bring. So if you look in terms of agriculture, if 10% of the agriculture will reduce or replaced with from the chemical pesticides, you replace 10% with biologicals. Now that would mean 250 million tons of carbon dioxide savings on an annual basis. The second example that I would like to bring in is if 10% of animal protein was to be replaced by alternate proteins or fermented-based proteins, that would mean that we release 50% of arable land in EU. Now, this is huge, right? So we can go on. Another example, which is possibly on everyday usage. If we're looking at detergents, a simple product that we use in everyday life, and if you try to bring in bio-based detergents, that would mean that we are reducing 10 million tons of effluent chemical release every minute. Now, this is big, right? We can go on with multiple examples of these kinds. So the point I want to bring in is that there are alternates, there are newer technologies, newer pathways that we need to look at, and plenty of opportunities are there. Now, when we look in terms of biotech, biotech can be a very, very strong enabler for industry to adopt, take in, and then thrive. I also think that it's an opportunity for a future perspective that we look into the future with a new lens. Now, when we look from a past perspective and you look at industrial revolution, we've essentially generated a lot of wealth, but that also has come at a cost. And I think the future that's lying ahead of us need to be more bio-based, more natural, and also more sustainable. So I think the path to the future will clearly also force governments, policymakers, society, industry, consumer to look at practices, to look at the choices that we are making and adopt better practices. At Novozymes, we believe that the solutions to the complex problems can actually be found in nature, can actually be found in small cells, small microbes, and we think that can be a key to a larger door that can open up.
Thank you, Mr. Puvada. May I now request Dr. Channa to speak on the same sort of topic of the opportunities and pathways to net zero?
Thank you so much. And indeed an honor to be with you, Mr. Godrej, and thank you, CII, for inviting and this opportunity. What I intend doing in the next 3 to 4 minutes is to draw the attention of the need to have an interwoven approach of digital technologies with the sustainable initiatives. That to me would be one of the important components as we take the path to net zero. We have heard since morning about the need for everyone, each one of us sitting in this room, to focus on sustainability. The why part has been clear to us for quite some time. The what part also is more or less clear as to what we need to do, whether it's carbon storage, capture, or the electric vehicles and all. More important to would be the discussion on the how part, and that's where is the focus that I want to bring in. And when I say the how part and integrating digital with this, the impact that sustainability asks is making on technology solutions is visible. We see 79% of the buyers today are changing their preferences because they want to buy sustainable products. We see more than 600 voluntary and regulatory ESG standards now in place, and we estimate that by 2024 of the professionally managed assets will be in ESG mode. So that's the changing landscape, and not only it's changing from an ask from a consumer perspective, but it also changing from the geopolitical perspective. And come 2023, the EU's CBAM, or the carbon-based adjustment, would require all of us sitting in this room to actually report what we are doing in terms of the carbon, CO2 and other emissions, and that is also commonly known as the carbon tax that we hear. So from a geopolitical perspective, also things are moving towards that direction. So that's happening on one side. On the other side, we see the developments in the digital space, and some of the pioneering initiatives that we have taken in this country are a true example and true validation of the fact that once we start doing, whether it's fintech in terms of almost total elimination and saving of cash handling that we have been able to proven, that we saw in terms of digitization of the 1.3 billion Aadhaars. So we have done enough on the digital also, and concerns around privacy, concerns around security, in terms of the digital maturity of society, the digital skilling, inclusion. All this we have taken enough steps in terms of creating a regulatory, in terms of creating an enabling ecosystem to do that. Now, so where is the challenge? The challenge that continues is sustainability efforts and digital efforts still continue to be the parallel domains. What I am proposing is the merger, the reason being with the digital technologies as a horizontal prescription in the efforts towards sustainability. It brings in one, the basic requirement of data transparency. Second, I can measure and manage what I'm trying to set forward. And third, again, as an example, Nitin mentioned about scope 1, scope 2. Very simple for me to even do a scope 1, scope 2 assessment. When I talk about scope 3, and that's where is the bigger challenge. And we have now technology as business networks. Say, for example, look at our solutions like Ariba, where the suppliers are on this, and I can actually relate and find out what would be the scope 3 that is coming onto me. So that's quite possible as we move forward. The approach that we are suggesting, so one can say that if it is so simple, why is that it is so slow? Current focus obviously remains on getting maturity on the operational technologies, whether it's renewables, whether it's electric vehicles, whether it's charging infrastructure, whether it's the business technologies or the information technologies are, actually are getting merged very soon as we see it. What is then we need to do? The best way is embed these sustainability metrics into the business process metrics itself. We have spoken enough about the top line, the bottom line. I think now as an outcome, the green line should also come out. And that's where the importance of technology, even if it means starting as a more of a compliance initiatives, like in India, now we have BRSR. So even if it means reporting in an automated fashion,
or the compliance initiative, I think that will be a big starting point. Now, the larger point is how do we take it forward? Maybe this is a program that needs to get created to ensure that everything that we do around this is supported as a digital as a foundation. And all of us have actually reached a maturity in our organization in terms of creating insights using data. We now need to take the next leap on to using this data to the analytics, dashboarding, and merging it with the sustainability ask. And the good part, as we move on this path, the solution development, the solution integration, and the technology roadmap is pretty clear and available. And hence, it should be easy as we move forward in terms of integrating that. Thank you very much, Mr. Godre.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Chanana. I think you've clearly highlighted some of the tools that will be very useful as we move towards net zero. So may I now request and invite Mr. Sengupta to give his thoughts on moving to net zero and the opportunities that he sees there.
Thank you very much. Pleasure to be here. I wanted to take a few minutes, build on what the other panelists have said in the context of a study that McKinsey has been working on over the last 8 to 10 months on a decarbonization roadmap for India. And Nitin rightly said that 2070 is 50 years out. Can there be a more aggressive aspiration for India? And the starting point for us was to say that, look, if you imagine the India of 2070, actually 85% of that India hasn't been built yet, right? So if you take power or cement or steel, we will see a 6 to 8x increase in demand, which means we have an immense opportunity to build it right the first time, rather than retrofitment, what we see in US and Europe and other places. We've got this fantastic once in a lifetime opportunity, once in a generation opportunity to get it right the first time. And we took that lens to say, what opportunities does that open up, right? In India's context, if you see the emissions, there are 5 sectors, which is power, cement, steel, transportation, and agriculture, that account for about 70% of the emissions in all. And we went into those details to see what can be practically done, what's already being done, what are the levers that are available for accelerating the journey towards net zero. Now, if you take a 2070 view, the total size of the kind of the carbon space, let's say India decarbonizes till 2070. So carbon space is about 200 gigatons that we are creating. If we go to 2070, another 80 to 90 additional gigatons of carbon space is created. So it is substantial in terms of decarbonization. But then we try to also say what are the economic benefits to the country. And, I won't go into all the details, but forex savings, if you take the amount of crude oil that's being imported, gas that's being imported, coking coal for steel, solar modules, etc. And that's like a massive number, $1.7 trillion of forex savings. OPEX savings, so things like logistics cost, energy cost, there is a saving that emerges out of that. Real opportunity to mobilize investments in many of these areas to create green manufacturing hubs. And in things like CCUS and green hydrogen, can India take a kind of technology leadership role and emerge as one of the top 3 countries in leading the way? So, we say that, look, roughly if you say that's like 80 to 85% of this problem can be addressed through 7 levers. One is renewable energy, green hydrogen, CCUS. Circularity is a very large one. I think the earlier session was talking about circularity, electric mobility, and then nature-based solutions and sustainable agriculture. So we've kind of gone into a bit of detail around that. Now, that 2 or 3 challenges that obviously come. One is capital. Now, the requirement of capital, what we're saying, what would take in its normal natural course, say 50 years, we're trying to compress in 30 years. So there's a real need to front load capital into this process. So I take the example of steel, right? And there's H2 DRI, which is using green hydrogen on a DRI route. That's kind of what is seen as the next horizon for decarbonization of steel. Now,
as per our estimates, if we leave it just to normal evolution of the technology, it will be around 2040 to 2045, where the H2 DRI route becomes economically viable in India, in the absence of any incentives and so on. Now, can we, and by that time, so 2022 to 2045, demand for steel is increasing in India. We will need to invest more. Actually, then we put up blast furnace-based projects, which again, Nitin mentioned, many of them will become stranded assets maybe 30 or 40 years down the line. So that's not in a capital constrained economy like India, that's not a very sensible thing to do. So then we played out a scenario to say, if we actually put, for example, a $50 per ton carbon price on steel, and we incentivize the green hydrogen development and try to accelerate how the green hydrogen cost down comes, what is the benefit of that? And then it shows that India can become a leader in green steel. Obviously, there's a cost to that. The cost of steel goes up a little bit in the short term, etc. But this kind of little bit the non-linear thinking in that we've kind of taken each of those steps. And overall, we are coming out very enthused about what this is showing, that there's a 2050 decarbonization pathway is possible. Of course, it's a lot of work, as I said, on the capital side. Even a 2070 decarbonization takes something like a $7.2 trillion of investment. And accelerated decarbonization takes another $5 trillion of investment. So about innovation in the financial markets on how to front load that capital and get to pay for some of the benefits. Then we looked at all the technologies that are required, and the positive thing is about 70 to 75% of that investment is already in the money, like in solar energy, or we see in the next years or so can come in the money. It's only about the 25 to 30% where some viability gap funding or innovation is required to bridge that gap. So again, it is kind of mission possible. Finally, we are concluding with sort of 10 bold actions. We need to think in a step change fashion and disruptive fashion. So I won't go into all of the details of those, but a few of those I wanted to mention here. Accelerating the development of carbon markets, that's seen as a big enabler for India. India has already made some announcements in this regard, a compliance market, but a strong sort of voluntary market and innovation around that. Concept of a green transition bank, the kind of the financing delta that we are expecting, that's going to be a big enabler. Carbon capture is an important element of this, and we are proposing 3 to 5 CCUS hubs around the country. So one could be in the eastern part of the country where there's a lot of steel and power production, and you use that as a hub kind of model. A national circularity mission, I think this is one of the most underestimated and under-leveraged sources. And it's not just about decarbonization, but when we see solar modules, batteries, many other things that will require, can India become a hub for recycling and circularity, not just for India, but for other regions. One more point that came through was efficient use of land, because all of this is going to agriculture, solar, etc. It's going to require a lot of land. So more a strategic national land use plan. So these are some of the examples of, we have 10 actions. We'll release the report in about 4 to 5 weeks time. But I thought of, using this forum to share some of the key highlights of that. So net, I think very excited that many aspects, even if we can't get to all the way to a net zero by 2050, this is a real opportunity for India to take the lead, create value, and I'm sure there are 100 green unicorns that can be spawned out of this in terms of value creation in India and globally.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sen Gupta. That was a wonderful sort of a roadmap towards net zero. Now I'm going to request Mr. Nitin Prasad to also give his thoughts on a pathway to net zero.
Thank you, Mr. Gupta. Actually, it would be difficult for me to add much to what the comments have already been done so well by the rest of the panelists. I think I'll only sort of come back and suggest that there's we do need to, as Suchar was actually coming back and mentioning, we do need to take a much more of a sectoral orientation to how we go back into developing the solutions as we get there. I think there is a sense that there's silver bullets, and I fully agree by Lavnish in terms of what he's saying, but because you need the tools, you need technologies, you need services, solutions, capacity building. A lot needs to happen, financing that needs to come with it, and technology-wise, there's no silver bullets to come and build out. I think there's a lot that needs to sort of come in and be done. One of the things that I do feel quite optimistic about is, in the end, we have demonstrated actually tremendous change and capacity for change over the last 5 to 10 years. If you really think about the electrification program that has been conducted, it has been very extensive. And the rate of change of electrification, especially in the renewable energy space, has been tremendous. And today we see an even faster acceleration of that as you go forward. So there's clear line of sight in terms of what we can come back and do in that space. The transition in the mobility space feels slow to some of us, but let's not forget that it took Norway 15, 20 years to figure out, how they were going to come back and solve some of their electric challenges. And they're a much smaller country. So a lot fewer cars and vehicles also. But you look at the pace of that discussion that's happening right now, incredible sort of momentum to come back and get there. So I think there is, across the industries, I think we continue to surprise ourselves in terms of how fast we can come back and make the transition. I think we continue to surprise ourselves that there is economic ways for us to come back and do this, and innovations that we can come back and deploy and scale, especially in our context and together. So I remain quite optimistic. So maybe I'll end there and give the audience a chance to ask some questions.
Yeah, but before we get to the audience, I just going to ask each of you the same one question. If you can please be as concise as you possibly can be. So if each of you can identify one barrier to achieving net zero and offer a possible solution to it. And can we start with Mr. Puwada?
So getting one is so difficult. There's so many things, and it's such an emerging field. And when I try to look from a biotechnology perspective, I think I'd like to say that we have one Earth. We have whatever we want to do, achieve is from this one Earth. Now, I think when we look into the future, it is about trying to get, I'd like to introduce three Fs: more food, more fuel, more fiber. And all the three, if we turn it into a sustainable way, I think it's a very, very clear enabler. Now, more food, definitely when we look ahead, the population is going to grow. We have the same Earth, which also means that can we identify new ways of growing with less chemical usage and bringing in more biology into the agriculture part. That's the food, the one F. The second F that I would like to talk about is the fuel. And I think what, from a historical perspective, is that we have typically run on fossil. The future is bio-based. Can we think in terms of more biofuels? And for every 1 liter of biofuel that gets generated, the whole ecosystem around the farmers, the industry, additional job creation, all of that is also a clear enabler. The third one is in terms of fiber, which is also an important element in a lot of industries. When we look at all of these three things, one thing which is common is that newer futuristic technologies in terms of biology, biotech can actually be a guiding light. With that, I'd like to thank Godrej for this opportunity in the CII.
Yeah. Dr. Chanana?
Thank you once again. I believe one challenge that I can highlight is why what Nitin said is absolutely correct, that
we have been surprising ourselves with the kind of achievements that we have made, we still remain interfaced with each other. We are still not integrated with each other in terms of the effort. And I think this journey from being interfaced to integrated in terms of the efforts is what is going to fast track our way to the net zero. The developments are still, and we have seen during the times of emergencies and difficult times, we do show a strong resilience and we come together as one integrated unit and perform. I think especially, if we are somehow able to create this integration layer either through technology or through structure, that would be a big push. Now, how do we do that? I think there is a programmatic approach that probably will, and public policy, we have, I studied this approach called NATO, that is nodality, authority, treasure, and organization. Nodality, that is, we need to be very, very pushy on creating the awareness and capacity building, with everybody. I think everybody talks, and then there is a tendency to forget. In terms of authority, the regulatory landscape and the regulatory requirements are actually coming in big way, and that movement is definitely quite visible. The third is subsidizing. That's from the treasurer, and incentivizing, whether it's through unicorns or through others. And fourth, to me, what we did today in terms of CCUS, the organization structure, including task force, etc., to actually integrate. And if empowered groups of the COVID management at Niti Aayog level was any example, I think these have been shown to be working. So to summarize, if we are able to somehow create holistic integration of what each one of us is doing, that really would be a real accelerator for our approach to net zero.
Thank you. Mr. Sengupta?
Thank you. I think to me, balancing sustainability with inclusiveness, that's the important aspect. So, it's great examples that Krishna was giving around biotech and, agriculture. We've got 15 crore farmers in the country. All of this we are saying ultimately needs to increase the money in the hands of in the farmers' hands. Right. So one example is if we say, generating carbon credits from agriculture and forestry, and that somehow needs to make initiatives and projects viable and also put more money in the farmers' pockets. Or I take the example of let's say transportation, where our transporters have very, very fragmented base. We have transporters who have 1 truck, 2 trucks, 5 trucks. So for them to transform to EV or to hydrogen based, it's a big jump. Making credit available to them and then making sure that it actually makes sense to them. So creating those models which are specific to India, which make sense to everyone, and its sustainability is not at the cost of inclusion. I think that's the barrier we need to cross.
Thank you. So, Nitin, if you would take this question on in terms of barriers and possible solutions, and then I'm going to request you to moderate the rest of the session with the audience.
Sure, happy to do that. I must say I was debating in my mind because whether to also go down 3-4 of them on the list and choosing between lifestyle changes and demand drivers, which of course is a big area for us to come back and think about. But then I was sort of reminded very much of my grandfather's time and his 25-year-old Fiat and keeping that thing on the road constantly, and it felt like we have so much history in terms of circularity and being able to come back and do that I felt like that was a bit of a easier one. The one I wanted to choose was actually carbon markets and carbon pricing, and consistency actually in carbon markets and carbon pricing. And I think we have had a little bit of a knee-jerk approach to pricing carbon, and because we do price carbon in India, it's hidden away in pollution taxes and cap and trades and other sort of mechanisms and all that's there. But if we don't come back and have a consistent approach across all the different sectors and create the transparency, I think we will create a very big ceiling, not even a glass ceiling, because there will be no way for us to actually punch our way through without having some way of operating. And if I look at my forward models and valuation models, that extend out 10, 15, 20, for us actually about 30 to 40 years, if I can't come back and price in carbon and carbon implications into how we do business today, then it is severely going to start limiting how we actually even look at which geography and where we can come back and make investment decisions. And that's so that's the one I wanted to choose.
Yeah, great.
Let me take the baton, if you will.
If you can request the audience for a few questions and then offer them to the panel.
Sure. I see a number of hands. Maybe we'll start from front to back. Would you like to go first?
Just wondering, because the interest rates in India are very, very high compared to Japan or many other developed countries, will it not be very difficult the scheme which works for others may be difficult for us with our high interest rate, 10, 20%. What is your take on that? And what mechanisms? Because many businesses may be struggling with making even minimum profits. And then on top of it, trying to go for long-term sustainability, carbon reduction and all that aspect.
So I think it's a great question, and I'll ask maybe Sujoy to answer that. But maybe we take 2 or 3 questions, and then we'll go across the table. So we have one hand that way. I think should we go on that side of the room, please?
Good evening. I think I like the discussion a lot. And I am Pushpendra Johari from RMSI. We do a lot of work in the sustainability space. So my question is primarily to you, Nitin. With the CCUS getting created, what are your what are the key areas that you are going to focus on to start with? Because the carbon extraction is still, the technology is there, but it's not cheap. So is the focus going to be more technology focused, finding out alternative ways of carbon extraction? Or maybe you would like to take a different route because there is also a big financing angle associated to the same problem. And just one question more to Sujoy. Is your report also going by sector? Because net carbon, net zero pathway is different for different sectors. So that's all. Thank you.
I think there was one more on that table over there, and then we'll come back around. Sorry, I saw your hand. We'll just take 3, and then we'll come back around again.
Yeah. Hey, I'm Tarun. I'm the founder of Green Jams, and I want to start with supreme appreciation for Nitin. Just one small conversation, and then it sparked into an amazing, discussion with your team. And I'm amazed at the sort of resources that your team has been putting in and having these discussions with us. One of the best ways to actually go forward in the spirit of partnership is obviously partnerships, which is the best way to essentially also get to net zero. It's a question to everyone, including Mr. Godrej, on identifying what are the different partnerships that you guys are exploring, and if you could put a line on what it looks like. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And by the way, he's the founder of Green Bricks, which is a fantastic solution. We've very happily been using them. Why don't we go across the table, Sujoy? Do you want to take the mic?
Yeah, I'll go with the easy one first. The question on the work. Yes, it is. Our work is very much sectorized because the story is very different. And even in places like cement, you don't actually reach net zero. So many others you're reaching much further. So power, steel, cement, automotive, agriculture, and then cross-cutting enablers like CCUS and hydrogen, etc. So I look forward to sharing the report with everyone. I think the question on capital is a very important one. So while the total amount of capital required, it's staggeringly huge. We're talking about a GDP, India's GDP of 3.5 trillion today, and the total requirement is 4x of that in that. In a situation where capital is scarce and the cost of capital is relatively higher in India. So we look at it that there is a huge amount of capital globally that's getting reallocated from more conventional like oil and gas and other areas where these used to take up a lot of capital. If you see over the last 10 to 20 years amount of capital that was deployed in oil and gas and or coal-based power, a lot of that is getting reallocated. Now, much of that capital is coming from lower interest rate regimes, right? Of course, given the exchange rate risk, etc., there's a premium that that capital will see. You won't get a yen-denominated loan in India, but I think this is where the innovation between public sector and private sector come in, right? So where creating innovative structures of contracts which reduce the risk. So if you say that, solar at one time 17 rupees, it's come down to 2 rupees. And one of the reasons is that the design of the PPAs has improved and the risk for the investors and developers has reduced. Therefore the premium they charge is reduced. So there's innovation that one can do around that. Innovation one can do around structuring of the debt. Innovation around the length and duration and tenure. The interesting ones in the carbon credit space, we've seen there are companies abroad who are if you're doing a forestry project and you're going to generate carbon credits over the next 30 years, they will come and say, I'll take all your carbon credits over the next 30 years. In turn, I will give you some money upfront today. And that improves the investment economics of the project. There's an interesting sustainable bond where there's, you have an interest payment coupon and you have that and a carbon credit coupon, and both of them are traded separately. So maybe it's a 3% interest rate with carbon credit coupon, and the lender can then securitize both at the same time. So there's a lot of innovation that's possible, right? And I think I don't have a silver bullet answer, but many such green shoots which give us optimism that it can be done.
Thanks, Sujoy. And I'll just come to Lavnish and Krishna on the partnerships point. But the only other thing I'd add is the secondary debt market is actually pretty essential for any of this infrastructure development. And what we've seen time and time again, to your point on interest rates, is cycling of debt from first commercial to a secondary market and pursue even a third market where pension funds, hedge funds and all can come in. Is actually pretty essential to get the cost of borrowing down and get the interest rates down. And there's early green shoots, if you will, of some thinking on that space. But we really need that to develop to really go forward. On the point on CCUS, it's a great question. And normally I answer the question by saying yes, 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 and yes. So we have to do all of it. So because there's such a long list of things to come back and do. But I guess one thing I will say is, we did Quest in Canada, which is about 6-7 years ago. And this was in partnership with the Canadian government. And we're sinking in upwards of a couple 100 million tons every year. A couple 100,000 tons every year. And I think what we learned and what the government learned and what collectively we've understood about what it takes to do, for example, CCS, was absolutely essential in terms of framing how Canada and the US and all could actually go forward in terms of market. So if I had to give you one answer, I think the answer is, for me, the most important thing is that we really need to get on with it and stop talking and start actually get a plant, pilot, demonstration, whatever it is on the ground. Because I think what we will learn from that will help to shape how we can take the industry forward and execute that. Would you guys like to talk about the partnership point?
Okay, so just before that, you raised a very important point about the interest rates and all. I think what you mentioned is how do I remain profitably sustainable? I think the larger thinking is also towards how can I be sustainably profitable also, right? So that's the point, and that's the thinking that I wanted to propose. Sustainability also offers an opportunity for innovation in terms of process and to some extent cost control, which could give a competitive advantage, while it's not a solution to what the question that you said. On the partnerships, I don't know whether I have fully understood the question, but if it is industry-government partnerships or industry-industry partnerships, we have tried a series of experiments in this country between one company to government partnerships, between associations like this to government partnerships on knowledge sharing platforms like CCUS or this. We have got multiple experiences of varied success rate and varied but the key area that ships can actually work, and that is where should be the main contribution in my view, is the creation of the whole ecosystem around the main area. And the challenge that I have seen in many of these partnerships is when we want an outcome at the beginning of the partnerships. So if we create the ecosystem in the longer term, that focus can actually result in some level of gain that we are in the end looking for. So in terms of partnership, the key requirement to me is have a mindset of enabling ecosystem, and then the results will follow, rather than the other way around, that if this is the result, what can I do the partnership? That to me would be a larger prescription.
Just building on to Lavnish point, the ecosystem, I think it's a very, very important part. So we need to invest, we need to create, and we also need to make sure that we fund it accordingly, enable mentorship opportunities, and also share good practices from the rest of the world. It's an evolving field. The entire field of decarbonization is something which is more future oriented. It's evolving, and as things evolve, new insights, new things are coming. So what do we do? I think if we have a plan, if we have a few roadmaps and a few scenarios, then the ecosystem, be it in terms of industry, government, academia, think tanks, all of that, if we are able to come up with a plan and then with a dedicated focus, invest on future-oriented thing, I think our ability to future-proof and get success better will be accelerated.
Great. Thank you very much. I know I've been told very carefully that we have no more time, but I know there are a few more questions, but perhaps you could come up to us afterwards and we'll answer the questions. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Nitin, and all of the panelists for their thoughts. And we look forward to the next panel. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, with this we conclude this session. We thank our distinguished dignitaries for an enriching and thought-provoking session. We will now have a short tea break and will reconvene at 4:45 p.m. Post tea break, we have the session on scaling up renewable energy in Sovereign Hall 1. I would also like to inform that participants can access the summit details by scanning the QR code that's available on the hoardings, standees, and registration table. We look forward to seeing you at our subsequent session. Thank you.
It's